Hello, friends. This is the March 25th edition of Convo. Tonight, this episode's guest is Andrew
Jacobs.
Jacobs.
Or
Yeah,
you could say Andy Jacobs.
Andy
Well,
Jacobs.
call me Andy.
Okay, right on. Yeah, and he's been around in the party and the movement for quite a while. For before we dig in, tell us a bit about yourself and where you're from and what your big causes are.
Okay. Well, where I'm from is kind of complicated because I was born in Virginia, but my father joined the military when I was still a baby. And so I was about a year and a half, I guess, when he joined the military. And so kind of traveled around the country living in different states a lot. And then I've moved around a lot myself. So where I'm from is kind of a complicated question. I'm from north, south, east, and west. So I've kind of
Right on.
I've lived in all regions of the country. So, and anyway, I got involved in the Libertarian Party at a pretty young age, back in 1996. Um, I, um, I was going to vote for Ross Perot in 1996, and um, I was flipping through the channels and I'd never voted before. That was going to be the first time I voted, and I was flipping through the channels on C-SPAN, or I flipped through the TV channels on Fourth of July weekend, and I was actually eating a bowl of chili, and I just happened to leave it on C-SPAN. I didn't watch C-SPAN very often, and I was about to change the channel, but I heard this talk, and it was like really intriguing. It was like really just sucked me in, and it was Harry Brown speaking at the 1996 Libertarian Party National Convention. Now, I didn't know what the Libertarian Party was at the time. I didn't know what a libertarian was, but rewind the clock several years before that, back to 1988, and I was a kid in school, and a teacher brought a sample ballot to school and taped it to the chalkboard, and just like, hey class, this is a sample ballot. And I was like the only kid in the class that got up and really looked at it and looked at all the different parties and choices. And I remember thinking at the time, how come all we hear about is Democrat and Republican? How come all we hear about is Michael Dukakis was the Democrat and George H.W. Bush was the Republican, and that's all we heard about. And I actually remember seeing Ron Paul's name on the ballot. And I thought it was kind of an unusual. I was like, hey, that guy's got two first names. That's how I remembered it. And it was this weird party with an L. And I didn't even, I just thought it was like the Libertarian Party or Liberation Party or something like that. The name didn't even register with me. And then I just kind of forgot about it. Didn't hear anything about it again until 1996. And then in 1996, when I saw, okay, so I was there I am watching Harry Brown, and I was already kind of coming to some libertarian conclusions on my own before I even knew what a libertarian was. Now, at the time, my mom was a Democrat. My father, or my grandmother was a Democrat, but she was like an old school Democrat, not like a modern Democrat. And my father was kind of a swing voter. Sometimes he voted Republican, sometimes he voted Democrat, and so I was, at one point I was going to be a Democrat, and then I was like, well, if I'm going to be voting, I ought to look into this stuff a little bit deeper. So I started looking into the Democrats more, and I was like, well, I realized I'm not a Democrat, and I didn't
Yeah.
like Bill Clinton. And then I thought, okay, I'm going to check out the Republicans. And so I kind of checked out the Republicans, and I kind of figured they were kind of just as full of garbage as the Democrats were. And so then I was like, okay, I'm an independent. And I was going to vote for Ross Perot. Ross Perot was big back then. And he was like the only person that was talking about, the national debt and some other issues. And so I was going to vote for Ross Perot until I saw Harry Brown on C-SPAN speaking at the Libertarian National Convention, and I was so intrigued when I was watching it that I threw a tape in the VCR and I actually recorded it. And I had a job at the time, and I was working at a hotel, and there was a guy that I worked with who was a disgruntled Republican, and he was mad that Bob Dole had won or was about to win the Republican nomination. And so anyway, I said, hey, you got to watch this tape. This guy Harry Brown, this Libertarian Party, you got to watch it. So he watched it. He came back the next day, and he was just as blown away as I was. So there was a payphone, and you don't see payphones much around much anymore. But we both called the 800 number for the Libertarian Party on the payphone at this hotel, and we got information packets in the mail. And we both joined the party, and I've been in the party ever since. So that's how I got involved. And then after I was in the party, so this was July. Fast forward now to like November. I think it was November. It could have been December, but I think it was November. I got a Libertarian Party newsletter in the mail. And in the newsletter, there was an article about 1988 Libertarian presidential candidate Ron Paul getting reelected to Congress as a Republican. And I was like, Ron Paul, that was that guy I saw on the ballot back in 1988. So I was like, oh, so he's a congressman again. Okay. So I went to a local library because I didn't have a computer at the time. And I looked up Ron Paul's website. And, then I started following Ron Paul after that. So, Harry Brown was my first influence, and I was a big Harry Brown fan, Harry Brown supporter. But then I got into Ron Paul, and Ron Paul was also a big influence on me. And anyway, in fact, I remember Ron Paul used to have a hotline you could call. He called it like he did a column called Texas Straight Talk, and he also did a hotline. And I used to call. It was like a toll-free number. And I used to call the Ron Paul hotline. So that's how old school I am.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I was following Ron Paul before it was cool.
Yeah,
so yeah, I was I was in the Libertarian Party. So I've been in the Libertarian Party ever since then. I did support Ron Paul in the Republican primaries both times that he ran. And both times that he ran, I volunteered for the campaign, and I actually worked for the campaign. I worked on ballot access drives to get Ron Paul, because there's some states where even Democrats and Republicans have to collect petition signatures to get on the primary ballot. Mm-hmm. So I did some ballot access petitioning for Ron Paul to get on the primaries in a few states in both of those elections, and but I never left the Libertarian Party. So I did switch my voter registration to Republican in order to vote for Ron Paul in the primary, but that was it. And then I switched it back to Libertarian, and I had my membership lapsed here and there, maybe for a few months, but I basically have never really left the Libertarian Party.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I remember the hotline very well. I used to call that every now and then there was this radio host here in Modesto named John Katz, who was on KCBC. His program aired Sunday afternoons, and he would play the audio from those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember when okay. Are you familiar with G. Edward Griffin?
I am.
Wrote the book The Creature from Jekyll Island, and
I met him at the Ron Paul rally in Mountain View, Google headquarters, 2007. Mm-hmm. I have an autographed copy of his biography of Robert Welch sitting right over there.
Oh, okay. The guy who started the John Birch Society.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've met G. Edward Griffin 3 times. The first time I met him was in the San Fernando Valley in California. There was a group that used to meet that called the Granada Forum. I don't think it's around anymore, but it was kind of like a freedom movement, liberty, truth seeker, patriot group, kind of like patriot movement type stuff. Okay. And it was called the Granada Forum, I believe, because it started in Granada Hills, which is a neighborhood in the San Fernando Valley. But by the time I went to it, it wasn't in Granada Hills. It was, I think it was in Tarzana, actually. And they met there was a rec room behind a church. Now, it had nothing to do with the church. They just rented out this room or this rec center from a church, but anyway, and they would have different speakers come in and talking about different topics, and one of the speakers that came in was G. Edward Griffin, and this was way back in 2002, And I bought a copy of his book and I got it autographed, and I still have that today. And then about a year later, this was 2003, G. Edward Griffin made this announcement that he was starting a group called Freedom Force International, and he was having he gave a speech at somebody's house. It was some rich person who lived in an area called La Cañada Flint Ridge, which is in the Los Angeles area, and I think it's near Glendale, and or Glen, yeah, I think it's or maybe it's Glendora. It's near Glendora, but anyway, somewhere around. Maybe it's, I don't know, whatever. But anyway, it was some rich person's house, and he gave a speech there, and the guy who was like the opener for the speech was Richard Body. You know Richard Body, also known as Dick Body. Do you know what I'm talking about? Guy from Orange County.
Um,
He used to be
doesn't,
active. He used to be active in the Libertarian Party. I don't know if he's active anymore. He's a black guy, and he's from Orange County. He ran for the Libertarian Party's presidential nomination like back in for 1992, and he lost to Andre Maru. And he ran for U.S. Senate. He was a Libertarian Party candidate for U.S. Senate. I don't know, at least once or twice. Anyway, he was the opening speaker at this event that I went to, where G. Edward Griffin announced Freedom Force International. Then the last time I met G. Edward Griffin was I went to Anarchapulco in Acapulco, Mexico, and G. Edward Griffin was a speaker there. And when the event was over and I was flying back to the U.S., I was flying from Acapulco to Los Angeles. G. Edward Griffin happened to be on the same plane as me, as I was, and he was standing right behind me in line at the airport. So I talked to him in line while we were boarding the flight.
wow.
So yeah, so I met him 3 times. He's like in his 90s now.
Yeah.
But he's still doing well. I mean, so when I met him, that would have been 5 years ago. I guess he was probably in his late 80s at that point. And, he was, he's getting around really well. And you probably are, have you read The Creature from Jekyll Island?
I have.
Yeah, that's an excellent book. I recommend that book to a lot of people. It's probably the best book ever written on the Federal Reserve System. And the good thing about it is he writes in an entertaining style, and he's good at putting things in layman's terms. So, because he can take kind of what would be a pretty dry topic and make it more entertaining than a lot of people would.
Yeah, it's really great how he takes he takes monetary policy and banking policy and just ties it into the major events of the past 2 centuries.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and so anyway, where was I going with this? Here's where I was going. Okay, back in this would have been November of 2006. G. Edward Griffin had a conference call with Freedom Force International and Aaron Russo. You remember Aaron Russo?
Yeah.
Aaron Russo. He ran for the Libertarian Party's presidential nomination in 2004, and he lost to Michael Badnarik. Now that was an interesting convention. You had three main candidates. It was Aaron Russo, Gary Nolan, not related to David Nolan, who was the primary founder of the Libertarian Party. As far as I know, they had no relation. Gary Nolan was an entrepreneur and a talk radio host from Ohio, and he was syndicated in several markets. I don't know how big he was. I don't think he was like a huge talk radio guy, but he was on more than one station. I know that he was on several stations. But anyway, and then Michael Badnarik. And so I did not go to that national convention. I was going to go, but I ended up not going. But anyway, everybody thought it was either going to be Gary Nolan or Aaron Russo. And what ended up happening was they basically kind of canceled each other out. And then when Nolan got eliminated, he endorsed Badnarik, and that was able to swing it to Badnarik. Nobody thought Badnarik was going to win when the convention started, and so Badnarik was kind of a compromise candidate. And I like Michael Badnarik a lot. He was a great guy. Great. I wish, in fact, in my opinion, the best kid. Well,
two of my favorite libertarian quotes were from a 2004 debate he did with the Green Party candidate and with I forgot his name.
He did a debate with I guess David Cobb. Oh, you mean the Constitution Party candidate? Michael Perutka?
Yeah, I voted for him and I forgot that senior moment, man. Okay. Anyway, two of my favorite libertarian quotes came from Badnarik in that debate. one, everywhere I stand is a free speech zone.
Mhm.
Two, cut come at me with a vaccine needle. I'll come at you with my 357, and we'll see which one of us makes a bigger hole.
Wow, wow. I didn't remember that second one. That's a good one. But yeah, I liked him. Unfortunately, he passed away. What was it, in 2022? So he's no longer with us. He was gonna run for president in 2008, but in 2006 he ran for U.S. House, and his U.S. House campaign didn't go very well. I think he actually got sabotaged. I think he was kind of internally sabotaged, actually, by one or more persons that was working on his U.S. House campaign. But regardless of that, his U.S. House campaign didn't go very well, so that's why he didn't run for president in 2008. And then he was going to run for sheriff in some low population county. He had moved from He had moved from Indiana to Texas. Now, he actually lived in California at one time. In fact, he first got involved with the Libertarian Party in California, actually. And anyway, he moved. The reason he moved out of California is because California had passed some gun control laws, and he really didn't like these gun control laws that got passed, and that's why he moved out of the state. He moved to Texas, then he moved back to Indiana, and then he moved back to Texas again. But I'm not sure where he was when he passed away. But anyway, so he was going to run for sheriff in Texas in some low population county, and unfortunately, he had a heart attack, and due to health problems, he never ended up running for office again. But if he had run for the presidential nomination in 2008, it could have been a much, much bigger campaign, because Ron Paul had actually written the foreword to Michael Badnarek's 2004 book. He wrote a book in 2004 that he released at the time that he was running for office. Ron Paul wrote the foreword to the book, and Michael Badnarik had endorsed Ron Paul for president for the Republican primary in 2008. So I think Badnarik would have gone over really well with the Ron Paul crowd. And unfortunately, he didn't run, and the Libertarian Party nominated Bob Barr, which I was against. And Bob Barr turned off a lot of people. So that was a huge missed opportunity. I don't think now, in my opinion, since I've been in the party, I think the best candidate was actually Harry Brown. But Badnarik was not far behind. I like that. In fact, in my opinion, the party hasn't had a candidate as good as Badnarik since Badnarik. And then, of course, Ron Paul. But I wasn't in the party when Ron Paul ran in 1988. But I was. I'm more referring to his Republican runs, because just like I said, I saw his name on a sample ballot in 1988 as a kid in school, but I didn't know anything about him. Now, funnily enough, going back, I remember there used to be a show. I don't know if you would remember this show, called the Morton Downey Jr. Show. Do you remember that? Okay.
It was one of those things I would stay up late about, because I was very precocious as a kid, and was paying very close attention to events. But yeah, I remember the big mouth. Oh yeah.
Now, I think Morton Downey Jr. actually was a radio host at one time in California, I believe out of Sacramento.
Yeah,
and
he
then
was.
Then he went to the East Coast, and he ended up getting a TV show, and blew up and became really big for a while. And his show was pretty entertaining, man. I didn't always agree with him, but it was an entertaining show. He was a hardcore Republican, and but he was really foul mouthed, and he used to insult people, and he was a chain smoker. And anyway, now this is something I didn't know until years later when I moved to California. Do you remember a guy by the name of Wally George?
I know the name.
Okay, well, Wally George was kind of like the Morton Downey Jr. of California, and I believe he was out of Orange County. And he was. This would have been like late 90s, early 2000s. He was still on TV in California. I don't remember what station he was on, but he was apparently doing his thing before Morton Downey Jr. And I remember Wally George claimed that Morton Downey Jr. ripped him off, or took his concept. And I think there's some show where either Morton Downey Jr. was on the Wally George show or Wally George was on the Morton Downey Jr. show. I remember seeing that on like a YouTube video years ago. But yeah, he was kind of like Morton Downey Jr., but he was a Republican in like Orange County, California. But anyway, the reason I brought up Morton Downey Jr., I used to watch that show because it was very entertaining, you know, and I used to watch it quite a bit. And anyway, I must have missed this episode because I didn't see this until many years later on YouTube. And that was Ron Paul on the Morton Downey Jr. show. Did you see that?
I did. I saw him at odds with not only Downey but with also people from the Guardian Angels organization, and
Curtis Sliwa, I think his name was Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah, Sliwa's wife was there, and I got to say, it really made me reevaluate a lot of the things I believed when I was a kid about, you know, law and order. And
are you talking about that episode of the Morton Downey Jr. show, or are you talking about
that episode?
Yeah. Well, I remember. Yeah, like I said, I didn't see this somehow. Even though I used to watch Morton Downey Jr. show a lot when this was back in like the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, and I must have missed that episode. And because you know, I wish I would have seen it. Somehow I missed that one. I didn't see it until this was like 2007, 2008 when I saw it on YouTube. But anyway, they were really viciously attacking Ron Paul, especially for his stance against the drug war. And Ron Paul did not fold like an accordion. Unfortunately, like now I wasn't really thrilled with Gary Johnson. And I never really liked Gary Johnson. I never liked Bob Barr either. I did vote for Joe Jorgensen. So you know, Jorgensen was better. But anyway, I remember when Gary Johnson was running with Bill Weld in 2016, and they were on some major TV show. I think it was like something on CNN or something. And do you know what I'm talking about? And they basically, Gary Johnson was just really weak. He was really weak philosophically, and they asked him a question about the drug war, and he kind of folded like an accordion. And they said they were talking about somebody's son had like overdosed on, I don't know, heroin or something and died. And Gary Johnson's like, oh, well, we don't want to legalize all drugs. We just want to tax and regulate marijuana.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
you know,
that was my biggest beef with Johnson and with
well, I had a lot of beefs with him, but
yeah, and with a lot of so-called liberals who say they're for drug legalization. It's not that they want to give people more freedom to make decisions about what to put or not put into their bodies. It's because it's just they see a commodity there that they can tax and regulate.
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, that's one of the motivations for it. Now, there are some people on the left who want to legalize drugs and keep a welfare state going because that way they could stay in power, because then there's it creates kind of a more docile population where you'll have a lot of people who are like in the Soviet Union. Bingo. Alcoholism ran rampant in the Soviet Union, and they actually liked it that people were getting drunk and stuff, because if you're getting drunk or you're high on drugs or whatever, then you're going to be less likely to resist the government, and you're going to be more likely to run to the government for help. So that's one danger that I think libertarians have to look at. Now, I'm against the war on drugs. I mean, I think it's immoral. It doesn't really have the outcome. All it does is it creates a black market, and it causes the prices of drugs to go up and be much higher than they would otherwise. And then criminals can step in, and it doesn't take away the demand for it. In fact, there are some people out there that will do it just because it's illegal. It's like a kid. You tell a kid you can't do this, and some kids will just do it just because their parents told them they can't, you know, or their teacher told them they can't. And it's also unconstitutional. There's no constitutional authority for the war on drugs. But anyway, I thought I don't have a problem with a libertarian taking an incrementalist approach to something. But what I didn't like about what Johnson did in that situation is, you know, what he could have said if he wanted to be an incrementalist. He could have said, okay, we're going to legalize marijuana first. And I'm going to show you, if I get elected president, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to pardon anybody that's convicted of a marijuana offense. And I'm going to get the DEA to take marijuana off the scheduled list of illegal drugs or whatever. And I'm going to show you over a period of 4 years that the country is not going to be destroyed or go to hell because we've legalized marijuana. And then, at the end of the 4 years, I'm going to run for reelection. And then we're going to talk about, legalizing or decriminalizing other drugs. Well, if he would have done that, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. But that's not what he did. He goes, oh, well, we're going to tax and regulate marijuana, which wasn't breaking any new ground in 2016. This is already something. All he was doing was jumping on a popular trend that was already happening at the state level. He wasn't breaking any new ground. And then he's like, but all these other drugs, they're really dangerous. So we're just going to keep those illegal. I mean, we don't know how to regulate these other drugs. I just thought that was a really weak answer. Like, he folded like an accordion. And Ron Paul, on the other hand, he had a much more solid answer. And Ron Paul had a stronger answer running as a Republican, where there was a lot more pressure against him than Gary Johnson did running as a Libertarian. You know what I mean? I mean, like, so anyway, I wasn't happy with that. And, that's one reason why I was glad when the Mises Caucus came along, actually. I started reading LouRockwell.com back in, I don't know, maybe around the year 2000 or so. And it was through reading LouRockwell.com that I found out about the Mises Institute. And I started, I'd never heard of the Mises Institute before that, actually. I had heard of Murray Rothbard, but I hadn't read of any of Murray Rothbard's stuff. And I'd never heard of the Mises Institute. This is going back at, 96, 97, 98, 99. So I got on board with, I'd heard of the Cato Institute and back in 96. And so I was already familiar with the Cato Institute. But as soon as I found out about the Mises Institute, I realized this is a much better organization than the Cato Institute. These guys are way more hardcore. These guys are more, as people would say now, based, and they're way better. So fast forward, in fact, I actually had an idea that was similar to what the Mises Caucus is about 5 years earlier. I had this idea. I had a different name for it. Maybe it was 5 or 6 years earlier. And I tried to start it, and I talked to some people, and I didn't want to be like the only one doing it. I wanted to get like a group of people together to launch this idea. And unfortunately, the other people all flaked out on me, so it never went. But when Michael Heiss started the Mises Caucus back in August of 2017, I thought it was a great idea. And so I liked it. And even though I've been in the Libertarian Party a lot longer than the Mises Caucus has been around, I like the Mises Caucus. So I'm not. There's some people in the party that have just totally freaked out, like, the Mises Caucus, this is so terrible. Oh my God. And these people just, I mean, it's ridiculous in my opinion. I think I break these people down into like maybe 4 different groups. One of them is these people are like, they're leftists, they're left libertarians, or they're like really moderate, watered down, Gary Johnson type people, or they're people who were just like, hey, I was the state chair, or I was on this committee. And then somebody from the Mises Caucus ran and they beat me. Oh my God, somebody's taking my position. Like they're title seekers, And then some of them, I think, are people who just have bought into the propaganda. Actually, I wouldn't surprise me if some of the people are government plants, saboteurs and stuff like that. I mean, all these political movements, they all have saboteurs and provocateurs and spies. So who knows? I don't think the Libertarian Party is immune to any of this stuff. But anyway,
I believe it.
Yeah. So I like the Mises Caucus myself.
Yeah. So your assessment then of the current leadership of the party and the direction it's been taking is generally positive. I take
yeah. I mean, are there some things that could have been done better? Sure. I mean, it's not like I'm not mindlessly, I don't really mindlessly follow anyone, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
But I wasn't really happy with the direction that the party was going before this.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I may have quit the party in 2020 if the party would have nominated Bill Weld, which was being talked about before Weld left the party. There were people who
Yeah.
were courting him as a presidential candidate. And then, do you remember Lincoln Chafee
I
jumped into
do.
the Libertarian Party?
I
And
remember that.
if he had been nominated, he ended up dropping out before the 2020 convention came along because it was apparent that he wasn't going to win. So he actually
Yeah.
dropped out. And then a lot of the people that were supporting him got behind Jim Gray, who's
Hmm.
the former. He used to be a Republican judge in Orange County, California, and he was Gary Johnson's VP. Gray is
I
he's
met him
just
a
too
couple
moderate.
times.
Yeah, I've met him before. I mean, he seems like a nice guy, but he's, I don't know. He's too watered down for my taste. I mean, let me tell you
Yeah.
this. I was in the party when he joined. He came into the party back in 2003,
Hmm.
and he ran for U.S. Senate in 2004. And at the time, this is before California passed the awful top two primary law, which has
Hmm.
just been terrible for minor parties and independents. It's
Yeah.
devastated the
It
LP of
has been.
California. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why the LP of California hasn't bounced back. Actually, when I came into California back in 1998, LP of California was
Yeah.
kicking butt back then.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I don't know if I'm revealing too much information here, but the executive committee did unanimously vote to join a lawsuit to get that overturned.
oh, there's been several lawsuits already to get that overturned, and they've all lost, unfortunately. Now, I remember there was a first attempt at getting top two primary was in 2004 in California,
Hmm.
and it came out as a ballot initiative petition.
Hmm.
And I was actually working on ballot initiative petitions and I went at the time in the San Fernando Valley. And I went to the San Fernando Valley petition office and I'm like, hey, we got a new petition today. It's paying $2 a signature, which, back in 2004, that was good, decent money. It's really not anymore. But anyway, it's for open primaries. So I picked up the petition. I was reading it. I was like, does this do what I think it does? This sounds like it's going to take the minor parties and independents off the ballot in the general election. So I went back to where I was living at the time and I got on my computer and I looked it up. And sure enough, that's what it did. It was, and in fact, at the time, Democrats and Republicans were actually saying that they thought that like libertarians and Green Party and all these other minor parties and independents were stealing their votes or taking their votes. So
Hmm.
they wanted to make sure that like we weren't on the ballot in the general election. So anyway, it made the ballot. I never collected any signatures on it. And I tried to talk other people out of working on it. And most of them didn't. I think I talked one person out of working on it, and the other people I talked to didn't give a crap, and they just
Yeah.
wanted the money. And so anyway, it made the ballot, and it didn't pass. Okay, then fast forward to 2010, and the legislature put it on the ballot, and it was on the ballot in the June primary, and they put it on the ballot in the June primary for a reason, and that was because they knew that most of the people who would vote or care about minor parties and independents don't vote in the June primary. Turnout is low, and it's especially low for like third party or independent,
Yeah.
type voters. And so, and in fact, both the Democrats and Republican establishment were supporting it. Schwarzenegger was governor at the time, and he said that that was one of his top priorities before his time as governor was up, was to make sure that the top two primary passed.
Hmm.
And so he endorsed it and was urging people to vote yes on it. And, unfortunately, it passed. And I remember at the time, I was saying to other libertarians in California, hey, we really need to do something about this top two thing. And unfortunately, the LP of California and the national committee did not mobilize quickly enough to get like a vote no campaign going. And unfortunately, it passed. And it's been really bad. Like I said, it's devastated the LP of California because you can't really get any candidate. Most people don't really want to join a party that doesn't have hardly any candidates on the ballot. I mean, you could get your presidential candidate on the ballot because the presidential race is exempt from top two. But as far as the other races go, I think since top two has been in effect, it's been in effect since 2011. I think there's been maybe like 3 libertarians for the state legislature that made it through, and they only made it through because one of the major parties didn't run a candidate. And then all the city offices and county offices in California are all officially nonpartisan.
Yeah.
So for the part, but now I think top two also applies to the city and county offices, but they don't put party labels on the
in Modesto. What we have is they're nonpartisan, but if the top vote getter gets a plurality, then there is a runoff later on in the year. And the reason why that happened was way back in in the early 80s. Sue Siefkin became the first female candidate elected to the Modesto City Council by like a 35% plurality. There were more than 2 people in that race. So the male-dominated city council at their next meeting right after that election passed that ordinance to establish runoff elections.
Well, anyway, so now the top two's been in effect for a while. A lot of Republicans in California are turning against it. And I know the Republican legislator, what's his name? Kevin Kiley, is that his name? Do I have the name right? He put a bill in the legislature, I think it was last year, to repeal top two primary. Now I don't think it ever made it to a vote in the legislature, but he did, because at the time top two passed, the Republican establishment was all for it. But now it's had a more damaging effect on Republicans than it has on Democrats. Like I remember one time when Kamala Harris ran for Senate the first time, it was just Democrat versus Democrat.
Yeah, there were some parts of the state where you have 2 Democrats running against each other.
Yeah, in the general. I know that's happened with a few Republican races, but it's happened in more Democrat races. So because it's had a more damaging effect on Republicans than on Democrats, now a lot of Republicans are against it. And anyway, I know. Do you know Richard Winger, or do you know who Richard Winger is?
I do.
Yeah, a guy who does Ballot Access News.
He was at the post convention executive committee pitching the lawsuit to us.
Oh, okay. Well, he said several years ago, because our side tried several lawsuits to get rid of top two, that we'd probably have to file a ballot initiative to repeal it. And somebody in California actually did file I think it was some Republican who filed a ballot initiative, and unfortunately didn't get enough signatures to get it on the ballot. It's it was just volunteers collecting signatures, and it's and Richard Winger said it would have to be a constitutional amendment to get rid of top two primary. And this was a constitutional amendment, and constitutional amendment petitions are very difficult, and they didn't have enough money to hire people to collect signatures, so it never made the ballot. But actually, I think it would be great if some libertarian in California filed a ballot initiative to repeal top two and then did fundraising. And I think they could probably get donations from a lot of Republicans now, because a lot of Republicans are against top two. And just from my anecdotal evidence of talking to people, it seems like most of the people actually don't like the top two primary. I'm talking about the general public. Like most people don't like it. And most people wonder. I had people that have asked me, hey, I used to see a lot of libertarians on the ballot in California. How come they're not on the ballot anymore? I don't hardly ever see a libertarian on the ballot. And I tell them, well, it's because of the top two primary. So I think if a top two primary if a ballot initiative to get rid of top two primary and restore the previous election system in California, which wasn't bad, they actually had a pretty good system before that, relatively good. I think it would pass. The problem would be getting it on the ballot. It's very difficult to do that. But anyway, if you want to move on to another topic, I don't know how I got off.
Yeah.
I guess this is a freewheeling discussion.
Yeah. All right. I know one thing we've been talking about on social media quite a bit is immigration and border policy. And here's where I am on this issue and why. Unlike many of our colleagues in the party and the broader movement, I actually believe that we need physically protected shores and borders. I actually supported the creation of a border wall. One of the reasons why I opposed Trump's candidacy is because I knew he was full of it when he promised the border wall. I knew he didn't really mean it. Um, I just cannot support um, open borders and lax immigration policies. And one of the reasons why, it's a personal reason, is that my parents were not very wealthy people. They couldn't afford to put me through college. Um, so when I graduated from high school in 1996, I had to look for work. And I had a very difficult time finding work, not just in my late teens, but throughout a huge chunk of my 20s, because I was competing with people who were not in this country legally. And then when I was attending college, I could only afford like a part-time load, because the money I was earning from what work I could get wasn't a whole lot. And whenever I would apply for student aid, I would know in advance that those appeals would be denied, because on the walls of the financial aid office, affirmativa acción es justicia. Affirmative action is justice in Spanish, plastered on the wall. And that's basically why I can't support it. Why it boggles my mind when I see otherwise very intelligent conservative and libertarian thinkers embrace open borders ideology, when they know that it basically puts them on the side of conspiratorial forces who want to erase the border, make America part of a regional super state, and it and that's basically where I'm at on this.
Yeah, well, I basically agree with you, and I don't think that all libertarians are for open borders and unlimited, unrestricted immigration. In fact, I think if you took the broader libertarian movement, which is much larger than the Libertarian Party,
Mm-hmm.
I I think there's actually more people that would actually agree with you than would disagree. I think there's just some loud voices who spout the open
Yeah.
borders, unlimited, unrestricted
Yeah.
immigration side.
And
Now,
what
here's where I stand on the issue. Okay, so rewind the clock back to 1996 when I was joining the Libertarian Party, and I remember I liked the way Harry Brown phrased it. Now, Harry Brown said that once we eliminate the welfare state, that the um, the only people that will come here that will be people who want to work. Harry Brown wanted to
Yeah.
get rid of the welfare state, and he wanted to eliminate affirmative action programs and things of that nature. And so his argument back then, and remember, this was 1996, and the world was a little bit different back then. The issue of immigration has actually become much bigger now than it was. There were problems in 1996 too, but it's gotten way, way worse.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't really come any closer to eliminating the welfare state. But the way I liked how Harry Brown phrased it, though, he said that if we eliminate the welfare state, the freeloaders will stop coming here. They won't have the incentive to come here. So he didn't have like a Pollyanna view. Some libertarians they put out this Pollyanna view that every immigrant is a wonderful person and that every time somebody immigrates, it's a good thing. And I don't agree with that. I think some immigration is good and some immigration is bad. Immigration is one person moving from one place to another. That could be good, that could be bad. It depends on a variety of factors. In my opinion, the majority of immigration that we collectively are getting in this country that we call the United States of America right now is bad immigration. I would say the vast majority of it is bad immigration, and most of it's been bad immigration for a long time. Now, here's where I stand on the issue. Okay, so that is that libertarianism is about property rights and the non-aggression principle. Okay. And when it's appropriate to use force. Okay. That's basically what libertarianism is about. And okay, does somebody have a right to move into your backyard without your consent? No. I mean, I would say no. Can they move into your backyard without your consent? Okay. So let's say you live in a neighborhood and okay, you can't control what your neighbor does on their property, but unless there's gated communities. Now, let's say you have a neighborhood that's a gated community. And I know gated communities are a really big thing in California. There's a lot of gated communities in California. And usually the houses in gated communities are more expensive than houses that are not in gated communities. Now, why is that? Well, it's because some people put a premium on having a border and not having a bunch of riffraff coming into their neighborhood. You know what I mean? So they're willing to pay more to live in a gated community because there's hardly any crime there, for one thing. And so there's, exclusivity to property gives property more value. So the fact that there's so many gated communities, and the fact that houses in gated communities tend to be more expensive than houses in not in gated communities shows you that there's a market demand for borders. Okay. Now, if the government didn't exist and we lived in, anarcho-capitalist libertopia, then everything would be private property. Okay. I don't think any sane property owner is going to open up their property for just anyone to come in and do whatever they want and just squat on their property. And you could never throw somebody out. You could never have security guards kicking them out or physically removing them. Like a border patrol would be, or like immigration and customs or something, enforcement would be doing. I mean, they're basically like the private security in a gated community is basically doing the job that the government's supposed to be doing in terms of enforcing immigration laws. So to act like a purist libertarian society is going to have open borders and unlimited, unrestricted immigration is just utter nonsense. It's pure nonsense because no property owner is going to do that. Because why they're not going to do that? Because it's going to destroy their property value. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, these people who act like, I'm an anarchist, dude. I don't believe in any borders, man. Okay, well, if we didn't have government, it would be private property owners enforcing borders, and private property owners could put up fences, they could put up walls, they could hire private security guards, and they could discriminate against people for any reason they wanted. Calling somebody a name, like if you call somebody, some people think like if I call somebody a name, I'll call somebody a bigot or a racist, and that erases their property rights. It doesn't. It does. You can call somebody whatever name they want to. It doesn't override their property rights. Okay. So anyway, so we live in a country that has a state, that has a government, okay, just as everybody else does in the world. Okay. And in every country in the world, the government has control over borders and immigration policy. And most countries in the world have a more strict policy than we have in this country. This country actually has probably one of the most lax policies in the world. Okay, so now some libertarians have made this claim that there's no authority in the Constitution for the government to have anything to do with, or the federal government to have anything to do with immigration. That is pure nonsense. They don't know what the heck they're talking about. Okay, and I can tell you, in the Constitution, there's a part of the Constitution where it talks, this is something, and I don't have a exact quote on me, but the part that I am quoting is, it says that Congress can make laws on the offenses against the law of nations. Now, what does that mean, the law of nations? The Law of Nations was a book that was written back in the 1700s. It was a book that all the founders of the country would have been familiar with. And it laid out a basic framework of laws for a country. Well, in the Law of Nations, it included the federal or national government regulating borders and immigration. I've looked this up. I actually looked up the Law of Nations and I found a PDF of the book online. So that's if you an illegal border crossing is considered to be an offense against the law of nations. Okay. Now it also says in the Constitution that the task of the federal government is tasked with quote unquote repelling invasions and with defending each state against invasion. Now, under the law of nations, any illegal border crossing is an offense against the law of nations, and they can regulate who comes in across the border and on what terms. Also in the Constitution, there's the naturalization phrase. So the Congress can make laws, and somebody could say, "Well, I'm an anarchist, man. I don't care what Congress says. Who cares, dude?" Okay, well, we have to live in the world as it exists today
Yeah.
before we can change it. Okay, so the fact of the matter is that government exists. It's going to make policies, and that's going to be the case until we can, hey, I would love to see a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, voluntarist society. I'm all in favor of it, but we're pretty far from having that. Okay, that's not part of our present reality.
Mhm.
So anyway, under the naturalization phrase, the U.S. Congress sets the terms for naturalization, and they can make whatever law they want to for who they naturalize as a citizen. Now, after the American Revolution, the country was at first under the Articles of Confederation, and then it went from the Articles of Confederation to the U.S. Constitution. Now, some people say that was a bad thing. I'm not going to get into that discussion right now. But anyway, one of the early laws passed after the Constitution came into effect was the 1790 Naturalization Act. Now, in the 1790 Naturalization Act, and this may offend some people, but it said that only free white persons of good moral character could be American citizens. That's what it said. Okay, so now Congress made different laws after that. Later on, they increased the amount of time that you had to be in the country to be a citizen. And in 1798, there was the Alien and Sedition Acts. And I don't like the Sedition Act. The Sedition Act had something to do with speaking out against the federal government, and I thought that was a very bad law because I'm for free speech, and I think you should be able to criticize the government.
Yeah,
But
it was a very unpopular law, and it basically was the death knell for the Federalist Party.
yes, well, the Sedition Act actually got repealed, but the Alien Acts did not get repealed. In fact, I believe one or two of those Alien Acts are actually still in effect today. And one of it is that the president or the federal government could ban immigrants from a country that the U.S. was at war with or having hostilities with. They could ban immigrants. Another part of that law was that if the president deemed a group of non-citizens, immigrants who were not American citizens, who were in the country as being threats, that the president could have them deported. This was back in 1798. Okay, now fast forward through the 1800s. Now keep in mind, back in the 1700s, 1800s, there was no welfare state back then. Even going into the first part of the 1900s, there was no welfare state. Okay, also the country was far more sparse in population back then. I mean, today we have 335 million plus people today. At the time when the 13 original colonies were formed, and I read an article about like a census, I think from like 1790 or something, and there was like 3.3 million people in the 13 original colonies. Okay, well, there's now like more than 3.3 million people in like San Diego County. There's more people in the city of Los Angeles today than were in the entire country back then. There's more people in New York City today. So the population of the country is like way bigger now than it was back then. The country was a lot more sparse in population. Also, it was really difficult to get here back then. Most people in the world had no way to get here. Okay, there was no airplanes back then. If you were like in Mexico or Central America or South America, I mean, walking here back then would have just been absolutely brutal. Walking through
Mhm.
jungles and deserts, and there was no there was no mini markets, there weren't bottled water, there were no buses. So it was very hard to get here. Most people in the world couldn't even get here back then. Okay, now then, okay, well, look at who were the immigrants that were coming in. Okay, now this might offend some people, but most of the immigrants were coming in from Europe, and most of the immigrants were from the same countries as were the people who founded the country. If you look at this country, when the 13 original colonies were founded, it was mostly consisted of people from England, but there were also Scottish, Irish, Germans, Dutch, and French, and a few others. But those were the predominant ethnic groups back then. And where were most of the immigrants coming? They were mostly coming from England, Ireland, and Germany.
Yeah.
Now there were other parts of Europe that came in, and there were there were Italians and stuff, and people from other places that came in, later. But culturally, they were very similar to the people who were already here. A lot of the immigrants already spoke English. Many of them were Christians, and so they fit in pretty well. They fit in. They were culturally very similar people coming in, and there was no welfare state. Okay, so when is the first time that people started popping up that were from like a different culture, different part of the world? There were Chinese people coming in. And
Mhm.
now again, this might sound mean to people, but I'm just saying what happened. I'm not saying right, wrong, indifferent, whatever. I'm just stating fact was happening. Chinese people started coming in. So what was the response to that? They passed the Chinese Exclusion Act and they banned them. you know.
Mhm.
And so now some people say, "Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible." Okay, well, how many people of European descent are there in China right now? Like pretty much none. I mean, except for maybe like some tourists or maybe some
Yeah.
people there on business.
Yeah.
China is almost totally Chinese. Okay, so
Mhm.
it's not like they're having tons of people, from England or Germany or Italy or France or something, and moving into China. Like they're not having lots of Africans or people from Mexico moving into China. So anyway, they banned them, and then they also banned people from India. And there was a court case where somebody from India had gotten American citizenship, and their citizenship was challenged. This happened actually in the 1920s, and the United States Supreme Court ruled that the person from India did not meet their ethnic quota system, and actually stripped them of their citizenship, and they were deported. And again, that might sound really mean, but is India accepting lots of immigrants? How many immigrants are coming into India? Pretty much none or very few, none. So I'm just saying what is. I'm just saying what is and what happened. Okay. And so anyway, I'm not opposed to immigration. Okay, I don't think there should be no immigrants, but I do think that there should be standards, and that there should be none of this business of immigrants collecting welfare and things of that nature. Now, it was in 1965 when the immigration laws changed. Okay, prior to 1965, there was an ethnic quota system put in place, and they gave quotas on different countries based on their percentage of the population. So at the time, the largest ethnic groups were English, Irish, and German. So they got the largest allocations of immigrants. And I believe they were allowing like 165,000 immigrants per year at the time. This was in the like 1950s and up to 1965. And they did actually lift the ban on Asian immigrants, like from like Japan or something, and possibly some other countries over there, but they only allowed a very tiny percentage of them, a very small number of them. Okay, so it was in 1965 that the immigration laws got changed, and now I've done some research into this, and the people who pushed for the change were actually like hardcore socialists, leftists, commies. Um, and what was their motivation for doing this was they wanted to shift the direction of the country towards socialism. And the guy who introduced this bill, he was, I think it was named Seller. I think it was Emmanuel Seller. He was a U.S. House rep out of New York City. And he was like a hardcore leftist socialist. And anyway, he was the one that introduced the bill to Congress. And, it passed. And at the time, um, they lied. Now, remember, there was no internet back in 1965. So news didn't travel as quickly. I think a lot of Americans didn't even know about it. I asked my parents about it. They were around back then, and they didn't know anything about it. They never even heard of it, and they were around back then. Yeah. And so anyway, oh, are you trying to say something? I've lost your audio. I can't hear you. Oh, now I hear you.
Okay.
You went out for a moment.
All right, good. As I was saying, there were like three three networks, the local newspaper, and maybe the radio, and that was it as far as information was concerned.
Yeah, there could have been newsletters and magazines and stuff, but it's a lot easier to get information now because of the internet than it was back in 1965. So anyway, this law got changed, and they lied. They actually had to lie to get it passed. They said that it would not change the demographics of the country. Okay, well, that was a total lie.
Yeah.
Now, if you have to lie to get a bill passed, that kind of tells you that there isn't really popular demand for it. I mean, they didn't come to the American people and say, hey, you want to change the immigration laws, and we're going to radically alter the demographics of the country. Do y'all want this? Because if they had done that, the overwhelming majority of people in 1965 would have said no. They would have been against it. But now, what else happened in the 1960s, and actually even before that, going back to FDR, was the creation of the welfare state. So you had, at one time when you came to this country, if you came here in, pre-welfare state, you had to sink or swim on your own. And if you couldn't make it here, there were actually a lot of immigrants who came here in the 1800s who actually left, and they went back to Europe because they thought life was too hard here. So to make it here, you had to be tough, and you had to rely on family or a church. There was no government welfare programs. You're not going to come in and, now they have people come in here and they give you a cell phone. They give you a debit card with money on it. They're putting, migrants up in hotels and apartments and stuff. And, they're giving them food. That wasn't the case back then. Back then, you had to come and you had to work, or you had to go live off the land and hunt, or go, homestead somewhere, and know how to farm and clear the land, or you had to go to a church or something, or friends or family if you needed help. So anyway, so what we've had is this distortion in the market where, because of the welfare state and the immigration laws, bringing in people from alien cultures, and it's basically actually led to an expansion of government. And it's if you look at like the voting patterns and stuff of a lot of, and again, I'm not saying all immigrants are bad. Okay, the people say, oh, you just don't like immigrants, or you don't like this group of people. That's not true. I think that you could find good people in every group. You could probably go into every country in the world and find at least a few people who are libertarian. So I don't think, in simplistic terms, all of Group X is bad. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's good and bad people in every group. But I'm just saying that the fact that the welfare state acts as a magnet to bring a lot of the wrong kind of people into the country. And there's basically so many people coming in at such a fast rate that, now some people will point out that there's problems with the American population as well. And there are. There are people who are natural born Americans who are totally screwed up. And I think ideally that we should be a society where everybody's a constitutionalist. I mean, if we're going to have a government and the government's going to have a constitution, then everybody should know what the Constitution says, And if that was the case,
Mhm.
then government would be a lot smaller and we'd have a lot more freedom right now, a lot more freedom and a lot more prosperity. And that's obviously not the case. So there's obviously, yeah, is there things wrong with the American population? Sure, there is. But if you look at, and I think one of the most important issues, I weight issues. Some issues I consider to be more important than others. And one of the issues that I weight the highest is the right to keep and bear arms.
Mhm.
Because without gun rights, you lose everything else. In
Mhm.
fact, the fact that there's still a lot of guns in private hands in this country is one of the only reasons that things aren't a lot worse than they are right
Yeah.
now. And that's why the big government crowd, and it's particularly being led by people on the left, um, want to get rid of our right to keep and bear arms, or they want to limit it to the point where it's
Yeah.
practically
If
useless.
if Australia had the same percentage of gun ownership that we did, they would not have gotten away with all the stuff they pulled during the COVID
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
era.
definitely, definitely. Things would be a lot worse if we totally lose gun rights or they neuter them. But anyway, if you look at who supports gun rights in this country, it's mostly natural born Americans. I mean, it's American, traditional Americans, and
Mhm.
you know, going into the demographics, most they there was an article that was in some of the big newspapers several years ago, and the article was it was titled "The NRA Will Fail. The Demographic Trends Prove This." And in the article, and this was as of I don't know 5, 6, 7 years ago, whenever this article came out, that the average gun rights supporter in the country was a 55-year-old white male. And they said that among white people, gun support for gun rights was the highest, but it wasn't like it was just a little over 50% of white people. It's like maybe 55% or 57%. Every other group, the second highest group for supporting gun rights was black people. And I think that was at like 37%. And then when it got to Hispanics, it was only 25%. Okay. And then when it got to Asians, it was only 20% of Asians that supported gun rights. Now, I've been to a lot of gun shows around the country, and I've also been to some gun rights rallies around the country. And I don't see a lot of diversity when I go to these gun rights things, you know.
Mhm.
And a lot of people who support gun rights are what some people would derisively call rednecks.
Yeah.
They're just a bunch of rednecks, they're hillbillies or whatever. And so I think one of the dangers we're having right now with this immigration thing is that there's lots of people coming into the country. Most of them come from cultures that don't know anything about gun rights. They know nothing about gun rights. Okay, so where do these immigrants tend to go? Most of them go to large cities. Not all of them, but most of them go to large
Mhm.
cities. Okay, what Americans do they interact with in the large cities? Okay, are they hanging out with rednecks there and going shooting, going hunting or something? No, they're hanging out mostly. Well, they mostly hang out with themselves, but I'm saying
Yeah.
when they're interacting with Americans,
Yeah.
they're more likely to interact with the big city leftists, lefty, so-called liberals, progressives,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
There are large enough ethnic enclaves that an immigrant from, say, China can actually just move into that enclave and find work without bothering to learn English.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been to Chinatown in San Francisco, and it's like you're in China. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's true. That's true. So anyway, nobody's really teaching these people about gun rights, and yeah, the government has a citizenship test and everything, but it's really not that good. And so most of these people they don't know anything. And I'll tell you what, years ago, when I was active with the Libertarian Party in Los Angeles County, we went to a couple immigration swearing in, where they swear in new
Mhm.
citizens, and we were trying to do libertarian outreach there. Well, both times it was kind of a disaster. We had a libertarian table set up, there was a Democrat table set up, and there was a Republican table set up. Okay,
Mhm.
a lot of them just walk right by all of us. We had libertarian literature printed up in Spanish and possibly some other languages. I know we had some libertarians there that spoke Spanish and
Mhm.
possibly some other languages. And we were trying to do outreach there. And most of the people just went right by us. They wouldn't even take our stuff. Some of them took it and threw it on the ground. You know, a few people, I'm not saying nobody took, a few people stuck it and shoved something in their pocket, but there were more people at the Democrat and Republican table than were at the Libertarian table when we went to
Mhm.
these immigration swearing in things. So anyway, now I would break gun rights supporters down into two groups. And one group is what I would call the traditionalist, and the other group is what I would call the rationalist. And I think most people who support gun rights are traditionalists. They're not rationalists. Okay. And here's what I would call the difference. The traditionalists came to supporting gun rights because as a kid, they're usually something passed down by the father or the grandfather, had guns and maybe took them hunting or took them to a shooting range. Now, there are women who are for gun rights too, and I'm sure there are some women who go to target ranges or go hunting, but it's more of a male thing than a female
Yeah.
thing. And so a lot of gun rights supporters, they support gun rights because their dad or their grandpa had guns and took them out shooting when they were kids. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
the other group of gun rights supporters are what I would call the rational. I would say my estimate is that 80% of gun rights supporters are traditionalists. The other group is what I would call the rationalists. And the rationalists are people who were not necessarily raised with guns. Now, that doesn't mean they were raised to be anti gun, but it just means that their parents didn't have guns in the house or their grandparents didn't take them hunting or whatever.
Mhm.
And they weren't raised around. And so they had to come to a rational conclusion that gun rights made sense. And they came to a rational conclusion either because they studied history, or they studied crime statistics, or maybe their life got threatened. And because their life got threatened, they're like, hey, I better get a gun.
Mhm.
Somehow they came to a rational conclusion, maybe by looking at, had to apply some thought to come to the position. Okay. So considering that most people are not rational, and most people don't bother studying history or crime statistics or engaging in rational thought, the biggest block of gun rights supporters are traditionalists. Well, if you have lots of people coming in from countries that have no gun rights, they're moving into big cities and they're either in their little ethnic or racial enclave, and when they only come out of it, the people they are likely to talk to are big city progressive Democrat, socialist liberal types or whatever,
Mhm.
so-called liberals. And they're not hanging out. They're not going shooting or anything like that. How are these people learning about gun rights? Well, they're not. Most of them are not. Now, I'm not saying all of them. I'm speaking in generalities here. Okay, you
Yeah.
got to zoom out and you got to look. There's always exceptions. You can say, well, I know this person who came in from China and they're really hardcore for gun. Okay, that's great. That's
Yeah.
great. I'm speaking in generalities, and anomalies do not make statistical norms. Exceptions do not make the rule.
Yeah.
Anomalies don't win elections. What wins elections is statistical norms. And I'll tell you what, if all the immigrants coming in were fire breathing libertarians or constitutionalists, do you think Biden would want them here? Do you think
Oh
Biden
no.
would be flying them in?
Oh
Um,
no, no, no,
no,
no.
if they're just all flocking to the Libertarian Party, or they're all getting behind the Rand Paul or something. I mean, come on, get real, okay? If the immigrants coming in were all like really pro liberty, smaller government type people, then I bet you Biden would start building a border wall and would, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the Biden administration would be running people out because they don't want more libertarians here.
Yeah.
So anyway, I see very bad trends coming, and another bad trend is that a lot of kids are being propagandized against the Second Amendment, and by the media,
Oh
and
yeah.
who is in bed with big government. And now there's, like, because of the welfare state, there's a record percentage of kids being raised by single moms. Okay. Well,
Mm-hmm.
how many of these single moms are taking their kids out hunting or target shooting?
Oh,
Probably not very many.
nope.
Okay, so they don't have any male role model around. And since the gun rights tradition is usually passed down, I'm not saying it can't be passed down by a female, it could, but again, the norm, the statistical norm, is it's a male tradition passed down. And so if you have all these people being raised by single moms, and that means you're going to reduce the traditionalist crowd in terms of people supporting gun rights.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on a very dangerous trend right now. And
Yeah.
look at what happened in Virginia a few years ago. Virginia used to be, and again, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. Okay, some people say, "Oh, you're a Republican." No, no, I've got plenty of negative things to say about the Republican Party. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
um, the only Republicans I've supported would be like Ron Paul, Rand Paul, Tom Massey, somebody who's pro liberty.
Mm-hmm.
But and Republicans have caused a lot of damage to this country and a lot of issues. Okay,
Yeah.
but who is it that's leading the charge against the Second Amendment, against our right to keep and bear arms? Who's been leading the charge on that? Has it been Democrats or has it been Republicans?
I'd say Republicans over there.
You think Republicans are leading the charge to strip us of gun rights? I don't think so. I think it's mostly been Democrats. Now there are sellout Republicans and stuff, and or the people that Republicans call rhinos.
Mm-hmm.
There was like John McCain, but I'm just saying statistically, like if you go through and like let's say you go on the Gun Owners of America website, and Gun Owners of America is a much better organization than the NRA,
Oh,
um,
yes.
and you look at their rating system for rating. The only people that have good ratings on gun rights are I'm not aware of any Democrat in Congress that has a good rating on gun rights. I remember when I looked a few years ago, they only had 4 Republican senators that they rated with an A+. One of them was Rand Paul. One of them was actually Ted Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big Ted Cruz fan, but I'll give him credit that he did have a good record on gun rights. I can't think of who the other 2 are right now, but it's mostly been Democrats that have been leading the charge
Yeah.
against gun rights and pushing the red flag gun laws and stuff. Yeah, there are. I'm not saying that Republicans are innocent here, but I'm just saying it's been coming more from the left than it has from the right. Okay, so anyway, what happened in Virginia? Okay, so Virginia got hit with mass immigration, and Virginia went from being a red state to being a blue state. Same thing happened with California, but it happened earlier in California than
Yeah.
it did in Virginia. It's happened more recently in Virginia. Okay, so when the Democrats got control of the legislature in Virginia and then got the governor's race, they passed a bunch of gun control laws. That was one of the first things they did, and they passed a red flag law. Okay, and after the Democrats got this big victory in Virginia where they controlled the legislature and the governor's office, they were actually bragging about how immigration turned Virginia blue. Now, again, I'm not a big fan of Democrats or Republicans, but I look at the issues, and like I said, if they take away gun rights, we lose everything else. We'll be screwed. Okay, if they get rid of gun rights or they neuter it to the point of being completely ineffective, then I think we could end up in something like North Korea. The people in North Korea is like probably like the least free country on earth, and
Mm-hmm.
there's really not much the people there can do about it. They're under such great tyranny. They don't have any guns. So
Yeah.
that's what gun control leads to. So anyway,
Yeah.
I think I don't support I don't consider open borders and unlimited unrestricted immigration to be a legitimate libertarian position. And have you ever Murray Rothbard, who I respect, he actually changed his view on immigration. And
Yes.
at one point, he was an open borders guy, but then he wrote an article in the early 1990s. He died, I guess, in 1995.
Yeah.
Have you ever read the article? It's called "Nations by Consent." Have you read that article?
I've not read it, but I've seen quotes from it.
Well, I would highly recommend reading. But he
Yeah.
basically goes through and kind of dismantles the whole open borders argument. And he gets into property rights and how if we lived in an anarcho-capitalist society,
Right.
that it would be something left to property owners, and which is basically what I said earlier. And that the state controlling the function doesn't mean that the function should be opened up to everyone on the planet,
Mhm.
because that's forced association. And anyway, yeah, that's a really good article. And then I imagine you must be familiar with Hans Hermann Hoppe.
I am.
Yes, yeah, I'm a big fan of Hans Hermann Hoppe. I discovered him. So when I started reading LouRockwell.com, I got introduced to Lou Rockwell, but then also got into. Now I was already a Ron Paul fan before that. I was a big Harry Brown fan before that
Yeah.
too. And so, but anyway, I got that's the first time I read Murray Rothbard, and then it was through LouRockwell.com. Was also the first time I read Hans Hermann Hoppe, and Hoppe destroys the whole open borders, mass, unrestricted, unlimited immigration argument. I mean, it's basically the state force associating people. It's basically like saying, well, the state manages this function, and so while the state manages the function, especially when you live in a democratic welfare state with forced association laws, I mean,
Mhm.
should the state just open it up and say, okay, everybody can come in here, and as Lou Rockwell says, that's an assault on the rights of the citizen taxpayers.
Mhm.
You're basically like you're force associating people, and like just because the government has a monopoly on a function, it doesn't invalidate the function. Like the government has a monopoly on firefighting. Okay. So if your house catches on fire, should you sit there and pontificate and be like, well, taxation is theft, and the government fire department is run by taxes, and I'm against taxes, so I'm just going to sit here and let my house burn down, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to call the government fire department shouldn't come and put the fire out because the fire truck was
Yeah.
paid for by taxes. Now, some people say, oh, there's volunteer fire departments. Yeah, there are some, but those volunteer fire departments still get taxpayer funding. They get grant money. I've looked this up. I've debated this with people online, and like their equipment and their fire trucks and stuff like that, that's all paid for by taxpayers. So my point here is just because the government has a monopoly on a function, it doesn't automatically invalidate the function. So the government has a monopoly on regulating borders and immigration policy, and just because the government monopolizes that doesn't mean that the policy in place should just have like the whole world should just come here, and that, you know, people can never be kicked out or deported no matter what they do, no matter what crime they commit, or if they're a burden to the taxpayers, you can never get rid of them because, oh my God, that would be so mean. Oh my God, that's so bigoted. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, if you look at these other countries like Mexico, in their constitution, it says that it's actually illegal to have an immigration policy that radically alters the demographics of Mexico. And they don't offer taxpayer like welfare programs and stuff like that
Yeah.
to immigrants. It's very difficult to get citizenship in Mexico. And then you look at other countries like Japan. It's very very difficult to get Japanese citizenship in Japan if you're not Japanese.
Yeah.
Look at Israel. Israel, they only accept immigrants who are Jewish, and they DNA test people to make sure they're really Jewish.
Mhm.
Okay, there's countries in Africa like
Yeah.
Liberia
I mean,
that will not.
yeah, Israel actually they actually sterilize Ethiopian
Yeah,
Jews.
yeah, yeah, and they deport people.
Yeah.
They've had African migrants and stuff come in, and they've deported them. They have a border wall, and you look at there's countries in Africa where only black people can become citizens. That's like that's discrimination. So all these other countries around the world are doing it. So are we the only ones that should have a suicidal policy? So I think that my opinion is that while the government has a monopoly, while the government exists, and has a monopoly on the function of regulating borders and immigration. And there's only two ways to end that. Okay, one would be we dismantle the state and everything becomes private, and we become an anarcho-capitalist society. And hopefully they would have to privatize things in as fair a manner as possible, and not just turn resources over to politically connected cronies. Like they're going to say, okay, this person was a big campaign contributor to me, so I'm going to give them all the roads, and then they can charge a toll or something to everybody. In other words, the privatization would have to take place in as fair a manner as possible. Okay, and I don't think we're any close to that happening. Do you think we're going to become an anarcho-capitalist society soon? Do you think like we're on the verge of that happening? Like there's a bill in Congress that turned the United States of America anarcho-capitalist? I mean, I think that's pretty ridiculous. Okay, so what's the other way to do that, to end the federal government monopoly on regulating borders and immigration? That would be a secessionist movement. So that would be if a city, a county, or a state seceded from the Union and became its own country, then it could pass its own immigration laws. Okay, so let's say California became its own country, or Modesto became its own country, and then you could pass your own, immigration laws. I don't think that's likely to happen either. Like that might be a little bit more likely to happen than the country turning ANCAP.
As much as we would like to keep the Bay Area people out, I don't see that happening at all.
Yeah. So I don't see a secessionist movement taking off anytime soon, and I don't see the country going anarcho-capitalist happening anytime soon. So in the interim, there's going to have to be a policy, okay? And so now you could say, well, libertarians don't have anybody in Congress, so we're not really in a position to change anything. Okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess we could coalition with other groups and we could lobby, but we shouldn't, in my opinion, sound delusional when we're talking about the issue. Like when we're talking to the general public and we're trying to sell them on our ideas, we shouldn't sound like we're off in fantasy land somewhere. And that we could talk about what the ideal would look like. Hey, a libertarian future could look like this, but we're many years from that happening. I mean, I think so anyway, in the interim, there has to be a policy, okay? And regardless of what policy is in place, it's going to be a status policy. Opening up the borders to everyone to just flood in is a status policy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And it's especially so now when we live in a democratic welfare state with forced association laws and lots of taxpayer funded property and programs. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it is a status policy right now. I don't know, I've actually heard some libertarians, or some people claiming to be libertarians, that think that Joe Biden is showing a libertarian streak because he's increasing the number of immigrants coming in the country. There's like a record number of immigrants. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that is just totally laughable. Any libertarian who says that should not be taken seriously, at least on that issue. And I really question how rational they are. But anyway,
I don't even think Jack Lloyd or Hornberger goes that far.
Yeah. That's just really nuts. So anyway, the government. So here's what my opinion of what the policy should be. Okay, my opinion that number one, you don't take anybody that's going to be a burden on the taxpayers. Number one, you come here, you can't collect any government programs. There should be, in fact, I think if you're in the country illegally, that you shouldn't even be able to use any government services, period. Nothing. Okay. Maybe emergency health care only, just to not, so people don't die, from a car accident or something. Maybe, I don't even know if they should do that really, but as long as it's followed up by deportation, okay. So no taxpayer funding. Okay. Number two, they need to make it harder to become a citizen. And I really think because there's been so much bad immigration over the last few decades, and especially since Biden became president, this has gotten insane. The situation is so out of hand and so bad right now that and I know a lot of libertarians, this isn't an answer a lot of people are going to like, but I think the number of immigrants needs to be radically reduced. It needs to be radically reduced. And if you cut off the taxpayer funding and you tell a lot of these people, like, there's no chance you're ever going to be offered American citizenship, and they need to restore the original definition of natural born citizen and birthright citizenship. The original definition of it is that it only applied to people who were born in the country from American citizen parents. So if your parents were not citizens, you were not a natural born citizen. And that is something that ought to be the original and correct definition of it should be restored. And so they should say something like, if you're in the country illegally, that you will never be offered American citizenship. And if you have any children while you're here, they will never be offered American citizenship. And then a lot of these people will leave on their own. I think if they realize they can't get any welfare programs, now I think if somebody came in the country legally, they should be able to use some of the government facilities. If they came in legally, they should be able to drive on the roads. And I'm not a fan of driver's licenses, but unfortunately, you're going to get harassed by the cops. I do know people who, but I'm not even going to get into that issue. But anyway, if you're here illegally, you shouldn't be able to get any government services. Okay, and so I think if they couldn't use any government services, they couldn't get any taxpayer funding. A lot of people would just leave. They would leave on their own. Now, what about the ones who don't leave on their own? What do you do with them? I think some of them should be deported. Honestly, I don't think it violates any libertarian principle. Okay, let's say you and I decided, hey, we want to go into a gated community in California. So we just hopped over the fence, and we went in and maybe we pitched a tent or something inside a gated community. Well, how long do you think we're going to last there before private security comes and throws us out? Not very long. Here's another question I like to ask these people. Do you support open borders and unlimited immigration for American Indian reservations? I've asked that question to some of these people, and they won't answer. They dodge the question. Okay, so if you don't have any American Indian ancestry, now I haven't taken a DNA test. I don't know if I have any American Indian ancestry or not. I don't think that I do, but who knows? I mean, I had some of my ancestors. Yeah, here's another thing people say. They said, well, your ancestors were immigrants. Well, just speaking for myself, I know I did research and stuff, and I had ancestors that came here as pioneers and colonists in the 1600s and the 1700s. I don't consider them to be immigrants. They were pioneers, and they were colonists, because there was nothing here back then,
Yeah.
And so now I do have some ancestors who came as immigrants. I think about 60% of my ancestors were colonists and pioneers. Okay, but I do have some ancestors that came in later as immigrants, but they came in legally. They came in and did the Ellis Island. And then some people say, we need to restore the Ellis Island immigration thing. Well, once again, there were some people who actually got turned back from Ellis Island. Number one, they didn't accept everybody. Okay. Number two, most people couldn't even make it here back then. Okay. Very few people in the world even had the means or ability to even make it here. Most of the immigrants coming in were from almost all of them were from the same countries as the people who founded the country, or from very similar countries as people founded the country. They were from Europe, and most of them were some type of Christian, Western civilization. So that was they were very similar to people that were already here. Okay, so anyway, I had 3 branches of my family tree that were immigrants, but they came in the latter 1800s and very early 1900s, when there was no welfare state. Okay, it's a totally different ballgame today. So anyway, I think that like all these immigrants that they're bringing in under the Refugee Resettlement Act, that's a taxpayer funded program. They're literally flying people in at taxpayer expense, or putting them on boats or buses at taxpayer expense, bringing them into the country. And then once they're here, they put them in some sort of subsidized housing. They're putting them on food stamps or EBT. They're getting all kinds of government programs. So these people, it's a total welfare program. This thing, and so honestly, in my opinion, all of those people should be deported. Everyone that came in on a taxpayer fund. So then, okay, um, the immigrants who come in should come in, and they should be able to support themselves. They should have a job here or something, and not some job like I'm going to go work at Kentucky Fried Chicken, or I'm going to sweep the floor at McDonald's or something like that. There's plenty of people in this country already who can do those jobs. And as we're moving, if you started kicking Americans off of welfare, um,
Yeah.
there'd be plenty of a lot of Americans are just too freaking lazy, and a lot of them would rather just sit around. And there's lots of Americans who could be working but are not working
Mm-hmm.
because they're on government welfare programs.
Yep.
So if you cut those programs off, a lot of Americans would be taking those jobs.
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, we're moving in the age of automation, and there's like robots and AI and stuff like that that's going to be doing a lot of these jobs. And so we don't really need there's really not a need to bring in all these foreign people to do this stuff. And there's a great article from Hans Hermann Hoppe that's posted at LouRockwell.com, and it says, like, in the free market, can a business person hire whatever immigrant that he wants to?
Mm-hmm.
And what he gets into is about that if a business person wants to bring an immigrant into the country, they should have to pay to bring them in, and pay for their making sure they're not a burden to the taxpayers. So in other words, if there's like I just read an article recently where there's some food packing plant somewhere in the Midwest. I don't know if it was Nebraska or Oklahoma or something like that. And they were laying off American citizens to hire foreign migrants who came in under this, like, these taxpayer funded programs. So it's basically like you have the taxpayer, they're using the taxpayers to subsidize their labor costs. You know what I mean? And so anyway, in this article, Hoppe talks about how that would be handled in a like a free market society, where, like, if you want to bring in a foreign worker, they have to sign a contract. They're coming in to work for so many months. The employer's going to pay to bring the person in, and is going to make sure that person is not a burden to the taxpayers. And then, once their work contract's up, they leave. And then, like, there are countries in Europe, like, that are also being destroyed by immigration right now, because it's a big plot, basically, to bring about, as you were talking about earlier, kind of like a conspiracy. But there's conspiracy theory and there's conspiracy fact. Yeah, this is more in the lines of conspiracy fact, where they want to create a global government. Some people call it the New World Order. Global totalitarian socialism is what I would call it. And anyway, so they're using mass immigration as a weapon to, like, destabilize society and bring down countries. They want to get rid of the U.S. Constitution, and they don't want to get rid of the Constitution because they're anarcho-capitalists who want a voluntary society. No, they want to get rid of the U.S. Constitution because they want to replace it with totalitarian socialism.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I think that like, okay, so the countries in Europe that are really just being destroyed right now are by immigration, like France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Sweden. But then there's other countries in Europe that are not being destroyed by immigration, like Switzerland and Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. And I believe, what is it? Is it Hungary, or is it? I can't think of it right. Poland or something.
I know Hungary and Poland, against the wishes of the EU, have started toughening up their immigration.
Yeah. Well, I know in Switzerland they actually passed a law that if you would come to Switzerland and use, like, taxpayer funded programs, like you were on welfare, they banned you from becoming a citizen. And we should have a law there should be a law like that here. where if you've come into the country and you're using on welfare programs, you should never be offered American citizenship. So they're basically trying to basically say there should be no standards for who becomes an American citizen. And here's something that I think is kind of funny. You have these people in the Libertarian Party who think you should have, that this open borders, unlimited, unrestricted immigration is the libertarian position. And if you disagree with them, you're a heretic, and they don't want you in the Libertarian Party. Okay, so what's funny about that is the same people will advocate that there's no standards for who comes in as an immigrant. So you could be a socialist, a communist, some sort of a Muslim theocratic extremist that thinks it's okay to beat up or execute people for being gay, and thinks it's okay to slap women around, and that women are property, and it's okay to beat them or rape women. And they're A-okay with people like that being in the Libertarian Party. But oh my God, you have a different view that they do on immigration or abortion or something. Well, you're a heretic and you shouldn't be in the Libertarian Party. You're a terrible. I mean, is the irony, is that just astounding? Like, they'll take somebody who maybe they agree with on everything or almost everything, except maybe they disagree with their immigration position, and they'll want you out of the Libertarian Party, but yet they'll advocate for immigrants to come in who are far removed from their stated political position. I mean, that's just massive irony to me. But anyway, so it's like, say you had a college or university, and the university had no standards for academics, test scores, anything, and they never kicked anybody off campus, no matter what you did. You didn't show up for class, you were partying all the time, you were drunk, you were getting into fights, you were doing drugs on campus, and they never kicked anyone out of the college, and they just let anybody go to the college, no matter how bad your test scores were. Would that be a very prestigious university?
Oh no.
It would be okay. So why would you want a policy like that for your country? If the country you're in has no standards for who it's accepting, and you're literally subsidizing people with welfare programs to come in here, are you going to have you're not going to have a very prestigious country anymore? You're going to have you're basically destroying your society. It's a divide and conquer strategy. It's a divide and conquer. And have you ever heard of the Cloward-Piven plan?
I have.
Cloward-Piven strategy, where you overwhelm the system. Yeah, that's what they're doing. It's a divide and conquer and Cloward-Piven strategy. It's weaponized immigration, is what it is, and it's meant to tear down the country. And they want to get rid of the Constitution, basically. And even more so now. I mean, yeah, the Constitution is not strictly followed now, but they just want it gone. And that's part of the motivation for going around and tearing down statues and historic monuments and stuff like that, of the Civil War or the American Revolution, or anything to do with early American history is bad and needs to be right. This is a communist tactic. And then some people have said, well, look at North Korea. North Korea is communist and they don't allow any immigrants. Okay, North Korea has already been conquered. Okay, first of all, they're already in a dictatorship. And what we're experiencing is there's it's a globalist movement. It's a globalist movement, and they want to tear down all these countries and establish a global government, and replace the Constitution with something like the United Nations Charter. And here's something really funny, and I've nailed a lot of these libertarians who advocate this position on this, where if you look at the Communist Party, you look at the Socialist Party, you look at Communist International, and all these far left Marxist groups that are operating in the United States of America and in some of these countries in Europe that are also experiencing the mass immigration, and Canada, and they're all for it. They're all for it. If you go to the Communist Party website, you go to the Socialist Party website, and they're like, yeah, we need to open the border up. We need to have, we need to get rid of ICE. We need to allow all these people to come in and become citizens, and we don't, we should never deport anybody, and they're all for that. And I've actually showed these libertarians who say that, and I'll post these things. Here's a link to the Communist Party website. Here's a link to the Socialist Party website. Here's this international communist group, communist workers, and I'll post all these links. And they don't have any. Their typical response to me when I do this is they run away from the thread, or they'll post like giggle marks. So the fact that this mass immigration is being supported by far left Marxists and also being supported by like the global ruling elite and their people like Joe Biden, and that should be like a wake-up call to libertarians who think that this is a libertarian position to advocate for open borders and unlimited unrestricted immigration. That should be like the fact that the globalist elite, the puppet masters and stuff are supporting it, and the far left Marxists are also supporting it, should be a clue that maybe there's something wrong with their position. Maybe they should need to rethink the issue, And here's another little interesting thing. I wanted to get a debate going a few years ago. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to get somebody who was well known in the libertarian sphere to debate the side that we would advocate, to debate somebody well known in the libertarian sphere to debate the other side, the open borders, unrestricted immigration side. And I found somebody to debate the side that we would support, which was Stefan Molyneux. He was the first person I reached out to, and he actually replied to me, and he said he would do it. He said he would do it for free, and he said if it wasn't online or it was going to be in person, he would like to have his flight and motel room paid for, but he didn't want, wasn't asking for any money. And if it was online, he would, totally do it for free. Okay, so then I tried to find somebody to debate it. And I contacted Brian Kaplan from the Cato Institute. He turned it down. I contacted Alex Nowostra from the Cato Institute. He turned it down. I contacted Jeffrey Myron, who's from the Cato Institute. He's also a professor at like Harvard University or something. He turned it down. I contacted Jacob Hornberger. He turned it down. I contacted, there were several other people I contacted. Some of them never replied. I got replies from all those people. Oh, I contacted Jeffrey Tucker. Jeffrey Tucker turned it down. Now, interestingly enough, Jeffrey Tucker recently changed his position. Are you aware of this? He made a public announcement. He no longer supports open borders and unlimited unrestricted immigration. He's not. But at the time, he still was. He turned down the debate. I contacted Larkin Rose. And generally, I like Larkin Rose for the most part.
Yeah.
And he turned it down. And he had a very lame answer. Because I suggested what I wanted to try to do was I wanted to try to have the debate at a Libertarian National Convention. Now, the LNC wouldn't go for it. They were too chicken. This would have been for 2020. This is before the 2020 convention. This was before the COVID hysteria happened.
The Sarwark era.
Yeah, they didn't want to touch it. So my idea was to rent out a room either at the same hotel or maybe a nearby hotel, and then invite libertarians to the debate. And then I said, they could bring book, Larkin, whoever was debating could, sign autographs, maybe have like a dinner where you can, you pay to eat a meal with them or something. And, so I was going to put up like a GoFundMe or something like that to pay for a room. I was even going to kick in some money out of my own pocket to do this. And anyway, so I contacted Larkin Rose, and Larkin, he ignored me at first, but when he finally replied, he's like, oh, well, I hate the Libertarian Party, because I suggested doing it coinciding with the Libertarian Convention. He's like, I hate the Libertarian Party. Okay, well, here's something that's funny about this. Okay, so I've been active in 2 Libertarian Party affiliates. I've been active in the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania and the Libertarian Party of California. And I'm actually still a member of both parties, actually. My parents live in Pennsylvania. I originally was living in Pennsylvania when I first joined the Libertarian Party. Then I moved out of the state. I did some bouncing around, and then I was in California for a long time. And anyway, I go to Pennsylvania to visit family periodically. And so I'm still a member of I'm still a member of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, and I attended a Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania state convention in Harrisburg in 2013. Well, who did they have as a guest speaker there? Larken Rose. Larken Rose said he hated the Libertarian Party and he wouldn't. That was one of the reasons why he said he wouldn't do the debate, because he hates the Libertarian Party. And incidentally, I talked to Larken Rose for like 4 hours at that convention. We had a very long conversation. I enjoyed the conversation. And during the conversation, we had kind of a friendly debate about whether or not libertarians should engage in electoral politics. And he said, no, we should never engage in electoral politics. I was arguing the opposite side. I got Larken to concede on 2 points. He conceded that Ron Paul running for office reached a lot more people than he ever has, and got a lot more people thinking about the ideas of liberty because of his presidential campaigns and running for U.S. House and everything. And he still wouldn't concede on the issue. He conceded that you can reach a lot of people, but he still said you shouldn't run for office. Okay, and the other thing he conceded, or no, okay, so I guess I got him to concede on 3 things. Okay, the second thing I got him to concede on was voting on ballot initiatives and referendums, because I brought up how there was in 2012 the marijuana legalization issue was on the ballot in Colorado and Washington, and it passed. And as a result of it passing, there's less people going to jail for marijuana, and the police are harassing less. So Larken Rose agreed that that was a good thing. So he conceded that it would be okay to vote on pro-liberty ballot initiatives and referendums, or to vote no against an anti-liberty. Okay, and then the other thing I got him to concede on was jury nullification. And he said that I got him to concede that libertarians should get on jury duty and, vote not guilty if somebody's being prosecuted for a victimless crime or for trumped up charges or something like that. And incidentally, I don't know for sure if I inspired him to do this or not, but several weeks later, he put out a video about jury nullification.
Wow.
So I don't know for sure if it was because of my conversation with him or not. And then I don't know if you remember, but at the time he had this female named Josie Harris, who was going by the name Josie the Outlaw. Do you remember who I'm talking about? She's kind of dropped out of being an activist, but she was an activist for a while. She lived somewhere around Philadelphia, and she was making videos with Larken Rose during this time frame. And she put out a jury nullification video also around the same time Larken Rose did. And this was a few weeks after I had this conversation with him. So I might have inspired him to do that. I don't know for sure. But anyway, back to Larken Rose. He said the other reason he wouldn't do the debate was because Stefan Molyneux was a sellout or whatever, and that he knew he wouldn't change Stefan Molyneux's mind, like that, Molyneux was just bad, because he didn't, and like I replied to Larken. I brought up in my reply that, well, Larken, you were a speaker at the 2013 Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania convention. He also, in 2012, when they were having the Libertarian Party presidential debate for the LP of Pennsylvania, you know who the debate moderators were? Larken Rose and Josie Harris were the debate. They were the ones asking the questions of the debate. So he was in 2012. Was it 2012 or was that? Yeah, that would have been for 2012. Mm-hmm. Okay, that he was there. So I brought that up to him, that he'd been to at least 2 Libertarian Party events and spoke and was a debate moderator. And I brought up that, okay, the main reason people have debates is not necessarily to change the mind of the person they're debating. It's to change the mind of the audience that's watching the debate. And so anyway, he didn't respond after that. He just went silent. So I was pretty disappointed. So I couldn't find anybody to debate. Oh, here's another person I got. Do you know who Tom Knapp is? Longtime Libertarian Party.
Thomas Knapp.
Yes, I've debated with Tom Knapp.
Garrison Center. Yeah.
Yes, Tom Knapp. I've debated him on this issue many times online, and Tom, he has actually taken the position that not only should there be unlimited, unrestricted immigration, he thinks that immigrants, whether they're legal or illegal, well, he doesn't think there should be such thing as an illegal immigrant. He thinks that they should be able to vote in all elections. So in other words, somebody walks into the country and there's an election going on, they should just be able to walk in and vote.
Oh man.
I know. I think that's completely insane.
Yeah. Oh man.
That is
that is.
totally insane. I mean, the real world implications of that would just be devastating. I mean,
It
what,
would
if
be.
that policy was in place, China could just start flying people in right before an election and
Yeah.
could just like swing congressional races and stuff. I mean, that's just totally nuts in my
Yeah.
opinion. And then he said that, well, if they come in, they pay taxes, and like he said, they'll pay sales tax, and and then my response to him, well, a 5-year-old walks into a grocery store, buys a candy bar, the 5-year-old's paying sales tax too. So because they paid sales tax, should the 5-year-old be able to vote? And he wouldn't answer the question. He wouldn't respond. But anyway, Tom Knapp refused to debate Stefan Molyneux.
Mm.
And he's like, well, Stefan Molyneux, he's a really bad guy, so I'm not going to debate him. Like, you should be, if you're taking a public position on something, you should be willing to debate anyone. I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? Like they're like, especially if you're going to take a public position on something, you're going to advocate something, then you should be able to debate that against anybody. I don't care who it is. So I really don't respect that, people who dodge debates. It's like, if you don't want to debate, then keep your mouth shut. Don't take any public positions on anything. That reminds me of the Democrats and Republicans when they refuse to debate Libertarian Party or other minor party or independent candidates. To me, in fact, in my opinion, if you're not willing to debate the other candidates running, then you should be taken off the ballot, and any votes for you should be thrown out. Like, you shouldn't. I think that debates are good for it's a healthy thing to test your ideas in a public forum. So anyway, I did get one person who did agree to debate, and that was Starchild. Starchild said he would do it. Yeah, Starchild said he would do it. And the problem was, then the COVID stuff got crazy. And then, I wrote Stefan Molyneux didn't even know who Starchild was. I had to tell him who he was. Molyneux wanted to debate somebody that was like well-known, that had some big credentials, like somebody that was maybe with the Cato Institute, or that was like a college professor. He didn't want to just debate some no-name person. So anyway, the whole idea
especially not some hustler from San Francisco.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know Starchild. I think he's a good guy. I like him. And he's very dedicated to the cause. And I've always gotten along with him. He's kind of I guess you could say he's a tad, different or eccentric. He's kind of known for his unconventional clothing choices. But I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. And he's not a stupid guy either. But anyway, he wasn't well-known. He wasn't a well-known person. Anyway, by the time that Starchild said that he would do this debate, that's when like the COVID shit got crazy, and the whole idea just kind of fell apart, and so it never happened. But anyway, just the fact that these well-known people like that are just the big loudmouths for open borders. And incidentally, Brian Kaplan of the Cato Institute, Brian Kaplan is Jewish, and he does not support open borders for Israel. He was actually asked about that several years ago, and he gave this real weaselly answer. So, I mean, that's just a double standard, in my opinion. I mean, if he really believes in that, why doesn't, what would happen if Israel has open borders? Well, I think it's pretty apparent what would happen. They'd be swarmed by so many people, like, Muslims and people from Africa and stuff like that, that it would just basically, I mean, I can't say as I blame them for not supporting it, but I don't support it over here either. I don't think it's a sound idea that passes the intellectual test, and it's not consistent with property rights. So anyway, the debate never came together. The debate never came together, and the fact that Molyneux said that he would debate all these people, and all these people who were prominent voices, including and Jacob Hornberger made this comment. And I can say some good things about Jacob Hornberger. I mean, I understand why people like him, and some of his material is he's I'm not going to completely put down all
Yeah,
of his
I
work.
mean, on almost everything else, he's very sound. It's just that one particular issue. He just doesn't seem to get it.
Yeah, well, I found out that he used to be a Democrat along like back in like the 70s or early
Yeah.
80s or something, and he became a libertarian. And like I said, I think he's good on most of the issues. Now he says some things that are like okay, like for Social Security. And I watched one of the recent presidential debates, and he was claiming that all these other candidates support socialism because they support, and that is totally false. I don't know that there's anybody running right now that really supports Social Security. What I think some of the other candidates were saying is that it wouldn't be a sound or fair policy. What Hornberger's advocating is you just automatically in the program, and anybody that's currently dependent on it, well, the heck with them. They're going to have to just whatever, you know. And I don't think that's a sound strategy or policy or something good to even try to sell that to the public.
I mean,
I like what
there are like 3 generations of people who've been conned into that system, and the only way to make sure that there's still whole is to just kind of grandfather them and you know,
yeah, you
because
phase the program out.
if it's still going the way that it's going now, I mean, within our lifetimes, it's gonna be gone like that because it's gonna run out of money.
Yeah, well, I mean, people have been saying that for a long time, and the government's been able to kick the can down the road. But how much longer are they going to be able to kick the can down the road? I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
But anyway,
only so far.
yeah. I mean, they've been, people were saying it was going to collapse a while ago, and it hasn't. But that doesn't mean that it won't. But anyway, I like what Harry Brown said years ago, and that was that you let the younger people should be able to get out of the program, and the older people who are already retired and relying on it or are soon to be relying on it should be get that the government could start selling off government assets and cutting spending in other areas, and then using the proceeds to liquidate Social Security by buying private retirement accounts for all the people that are currently dependent on it. So I think that's a better way to do it, to phase the program out. And I think Hornberger was kind of misstating the views of the other candidates. And I noticed, when Hornberger ran in 2020, the Mises Caucus got behind him, and
Yeah.
I guess there weren't really that many other options to get behind. And now at the time, I was actually supporting Adam Kokesh, and I kind of thought the Mises Caucus should have gotten behind Adam Kokesh. Now, in retrospect, I don't know. Maybe that wasn't great. I don't know. Whatever. At the time, I thought Adam Kokesh was a better candidate because he was more well known outside the LP. First of all, he was a strong libertarian, and I thought he was more charismatic, and he also did a lot more campaigning to the general population. Whereas the other candidates were mostly just going to libertarian conventions and just kind of like preaching to the choir. He was actually out talking to non-libertarians. But the Mises Caucus didn't get behind him. They got behind Jacob Hornberger. So I broke with the Mises Caucus I voted for Adam Kokesh until he got eliminated. Now, once Adam Kokesh got eliminated, I didn't want Jim Gray, and I didn't want Vermin Supreme. I thought Vermin Supreme was just a joke.
Yeah.
And backstory on Jim Gray. I remember when he joined the party, and I was talking about this earlier in the conversation. We went off on tangents. He was running for U.S. Senate, and at the time, the LP of California got its own primary. And the primary for libertarians in California for president has always been non-binding, but for the other offices, it was binding. And Gail Lightfoot was running for U.S. Senate also. Mm-hmm. And Gail had run for U.S. Senate before. She was a U.S. Senate candidate in like 2000 or 1998, or maybe it was 2000. I know I had voted for U.S. Senate at least once, and I know she had run for it more than once. Jim Gray
she ran this year too.
Yeah, I know. She's getting pretty old now, but she's still active and getting out there. I actually interviewed her for my YouTube channel, and she joined the party in like March of 1972, which was like 3 months after the party was formed. So she's been around. She's, basically like a founding, one of the founding mothers, founding fathers and founding mothers. But anyway, she was running for the Senate nomination, and Jim Gray was running. Jim Gray had just recently come in, and when he came into the party, he got some publicity because he was a sitting judge in Orange County, and that as a Republican. So it was kind of a big deal. Like, it made some news when he joined the Libertarian Party. So anyway, he came to a local Libertarian Party meeting I was at in Los Angeles County. It was a region supper club, and he gave a speech there. And after his speech was over, he did a question and answer session. I asked him two questions. The first question I asked him was, does he support fully informing jurors of their right of jury nullification, and jurors using jury nullification to nullify, victimless crimes or people being, unfairly prosecuted on trumped up charges? He said no, he does not support jury nullification. And his argument was like, oh, well, if you want to change the law, you got to go through the legislature to change the law. We got to enforce the laws on the books. And that he said that, what if he gave this hypothetical of what if there's a guy on trial for domestic violence, and he likes to slap his wife around. And so he votes not guilty, even though the person's guilty of domestic violence. And I thought that was a very weak answer.
Domestic violence is not a victimless crime.
Well, yeah. That would be misusing jury nullification, actually. And actually, to go off on a tangent back to what we were talking about, that actually is something that ties in with the issue of immigration. Because there are some people that come from cultures that actually do think domestic violence is okay. And they think that it's okay to rape a woman, or that if a woman isn't wearing robes, that's a signal that she wants to be raped or something like that. And so if you had a lot of people, see, most people, the overwhelming majority of Americans, with the traditional American population, or people who've been in this country for a long time, agree that rape is wrong and that domestic violence is wrong. And only you're like a fringe weirdo wacko if you think that domestic violence is okay or that rape is okay. But if you have people coming in from another country where in their culture it's okay, and then those people are getting on juries, that could be a problem. And that's another argument to me against open borders and unlimited, unrestricted immigration, and handing out citizenship, like it's like you're giving away candy to kids on Halloween and just making anybody an American citizen and not having any standards. But anyway, I didn't like Jim Gray's answer on it. So then I asked him another question. At the time in California, there was somebody who had filed a ballot initiative. Now, unfortunately, this initiative never made the ballot because the guy wasn't able to raise enough money. And it was called Jail for Judges. Do you know what I'm talking about with Jail for Judges? You remember this initiative? It got filed more than once, but it never really took off because they never raised enough money. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Doesn't
okay, well, it was started by this guy who I met when I went to those Granada Forum meetings in the San Fernando Valley. And I can't think of the guy's name right offhand. He was an older guy, so he might have passed away or something. I don't know what happened to him. But anyway, what it stood for was Judicial Accountability Initiative Law. And what it was to have like a citizens grand jury or panel that would review the conduct of judges. And that if they found that a judge was, violating people's constitutional rights, that they could remove the judge from office and have the judge, potentially criminally charged. And I thought it was a good idea. I liked the idea of Jail for Judges. And so anyway, this guy had a website up. The website's not even up anymore, but it was called Jail for Judges. And he was trying to find people in other states to file this ballot initiative. And it got filed in Nevada, it got filed in Idaho, it got filed in Florida, it got filed in South Dakota, and it might have been filed a few other places. It only made the ballot of one state, and that was South Dakota. And it was, I heard it was a very popular petition, like people were running to sign it. And what ended up happening is it made the ballot, and then there was a smear campaign ran against it in the media. And the trial attorneys, the police union, the prison guard union,
The
the
usual
private prisons.
suspects.
Yeah, they ran a smear campaign on against it, and it was multi-million-dollar, and the side that was for it didn't have as much money for advertising. And so when it got to the vote, it was like 80% of the people voted against it, even though before the smear campaign happened, it was actually polling to win. And they just made it sound like it was this horrible thing. Interestingly enough, 2 years, that was in 2006 when it was on the ballot in South Dakota. 2 years before that, there was a libertarian in South Dakota who got jury nullification on the ballot. It was as a ballot initiative that all juries in South Dakota would have to be informed of their right of jury nullification, and that you couldn't remove a juror because they knew about jury nullification. Okay, and it made the ballot, and the same thing happened with that one, where like the attorneys and the police union, the prison guards, the private prisons, all the people profiteering from the police state ran a smear campaign on that one too, and the same thing happened. But anyway, I asked Jim Gray, I told him what the initiative was. It was a currently at the time filed ballot initiative in California. I asked him if he would support it and if he would endorse it, and he said no. And that was really a turnoff to me. And he had some lame excuse that he thought that judges should have immunity, and I didn't agree with that. So I mean, he seemed like a nice guy, but I just I was never really a big fan of his. Now here's the thing: when the election came along, and it was Jim Gray versus Gail Lightfoot, this was one of the times where I did a vote that I actually regret in retrospect. I should have voted for Gail Lightfoot, but I voted for Jim Gray, even though I didn't agree with him on jury nullification or the jail for judges initiative. Now, why did I vote? Well, at the time, my thinking was that Gail had already run for the office before, and I didn't like that we should keep running the same candidate over and over again. I think she had run for U.S. Senate twice before, and even though I like her, I just figured she's already had her turn. Maybe we should give somebody else a chance. And my other thinking was that with Gray, because he was known as a judge in Orange County and he got some publicity when he came into the Libertarian Party, that him running as a Senate candidate would give the party more publicity, maybe get more votes. And in retrospect, that was a bad vote. I should have voted for Gail. So later on, Gray teamed up with Gary Johnson, and I was not really a fan of Gary Johnson. I never really cared much for him. And I remember when he was governor of New Mexico, he came out in favor of marijuana legalization, but he never did anything. Like he didn't, you know how many people Gary Johnson pardoned when he was governor? I looked up his record. When he came into the LP, all these people thought, oh, yeah, Gary Johnson, he pardoned a lot of people. He pardoned a lot of people. So I did the research, and I found out he was governor of New Mexico for 8 years. And during the 8-year period, he pardoned, I think, like 26 people or something like that. Now, I'd be willing to bet there were a hell of a lot more than 26 people that were, sent to jail or prison for a victimless crime or on trumped up charges. And here's the other thing. He pardoned them after they served their sentence. So in other words, he was governor of the state for 8 years and he let 0 people out of jail or prison for victimless crimes or trumped up charges. Now, here's the other thing. You might say, well, he wasn't a libertarian yet. Well, that's not true. Gary Johnson actually joined the Libertarian Party in like the late 80s or early 90s. He was only a member for like 1 or 2 years. He never really did anything. He was like the type person like signed the thing and then maybe sent in like $25 or whatever. But I don't think he ever like went to any meetings or anything like that. He wasn't like really, but he was a dues paying member of the Libertarian Party for like 1 or 2 years. I think it was in the early 90s or late 80s. And I got that verified by somebody I know who went through the old membership rolls and were shocked when they found Gary Johnson on it. And they were like, was it the same Gary Johnson from New Mexico? And it was. And so anyway, this is before he ran for governor. Okay, so he runs for governor as a Republican. And actually the first race that he ran, here's something a lot of people don't know. there was a Green Party. It was a three-way race. There was a Green Party candidate in the race, and the Green Party tends to draw more votes from Democrats. And so he got elected in a three-way race that included a Green Party candidate. And the Green Party candidate, I don't remember exactly what the vote total was, but it was a relatively higher than average vote total for a Green Party candidate in that race. But then he got reelected governor. And when he ran the first time, he just had some friend of his that he had no experience managing campaigns as his campaign manager. The second time he ran, he had that Ron Nielsen guy who came in as his campaign manager when he ran for president years later. But anyway, when Gary Johnson came into the Libertarian Party in early 2012, there's all this talk about him pardoning people, and I knew that was BS. And I looked up his record, and he pardoned like 26 people over 8 years, and it was after all of them had already served their sentences. He basically like expunged it from their record. So whoop-de-doo. Another thing I didn't care for about him was his support for the fair tax. I think the fair tax is a very bad idea. It doesn't really reduce government, and it could be just as bad, if not worse, than the income tax. Actually, it's like it's a 30% sales tax, and they disingenuously claim that it's 23%. But the way they come up with that figure is they say, like, let's say you buy something that's $1 and you pay a 30% tax on it. They say $1.30 is they do some kind of like backwards math and say that like $1 is was it 23% of $1.30 or something, or it's like I can't think of it right offhand. I'm drawing kind of a blank, but it's really a 30% tax. It's a 30% national sales tax. It doesn't really reduce the size of government, and they claim that it's like some great all they're doing is shifting around the tax burden. I mean, it's not like the issue isn't how much or how you're paying the tax. The issue is like if the government's taking your money, does it make a whole hell of a lot of difference if they're taking it out of your paycheck or if they're taking it at point of sale? Like it's like they're still taking your money. So it really doesn't reduce the size of government. I think it's just as bad, if not worse, than the income tax. So that was another thing I didn't care for. But anyway, so back to Gray. Yeah, I didn't want Gray. And so anyway, I voted for Adam Kokesh to be the presidential candidate. He got eliminated. So then I was like, okay, well, at that point, who do I vote for? There was John Mons, there was Jacob Hornberger, and there was Joe Jorgensen. Well, I wanted to support the Mises Caucus. So I thought, well, I guess, the Mises Caucus is getting behind Hornberger, so I guess I should vote for Hornberger. But I knew that it was going to go on for several more votes. Like I could just tell from the way the votes were coming in, and there were a lot of people that were voting for Vermin Supreme, which I thought was a terrible idea for Vermin.
Yeah.
I mean, oh God, that guy was a freaking. He would have been a disaster as a candidate. I mean, first of all, I don't think the guy was ever really a libertarian. First of all, second of all, the image of having some guy with a boot on his head that has like a plunger or a stick pony, and that people are going to be in on the joke. No, we're going to look like the joke. It's like one thing if you have like a comedian like Dave Smith, he's a funny guy, or there was another libertarian that was a comedian named Doug Stanhope, and people laugh with them.
Yeah,
they're not laughing at them. With Vermin Supreme, he's more like a clown or like a court jester, and they're laughing at him. There's a difference between laughing at somebody and laughing with somebody. So yeah, Vermin Supreme would have been a disaster, and the people who were voting for him,
you would have been, and that's why I was very, very happy when Angela McArdle nipped that whole Joe Exotic thing in the
oh
butt.
yeah, that would have been a disaster. Unfortunately, the guy never ended up actually running for the nomination. Did talk about it, and that would have been another freak show joke
Yeah.
candidate. But anyway, I didn't want. Okay, so I decided I met John Mons actually at the Libertarian Party of California convention. I talked to him for like over an hour. Seemed like a really good guy. So it's like, just for the heck of it, I know Mons isn't going to win, but I think this voting is going to go on for like 4 or 5 rounds. So just for the heck of it, I'm gonna give Mons a vote. Just for the heck, just to make him, help his vote total. Maybe it'll make him feel good. So I voted for Mons. Okay, so then he got eliminated. And then it was down to Joe Jorgensen, Jacob Hornberger, and Vermin Supreme. So I'm like, okay, now we're down to serious time. Okay, I'm going to vote for Hornberger. And I voted for him for 2 main reasons. Number one, because the Mises Caucus was backing him, and I wanted the Mises Caucus to do well. And number two, because um, he Joe Jorgensen disappeared for a long time. She was active. I actually remember when she was Harry Brown's VP candidate.
I remember seeing her on C-SPAN way back in '96. So.
Okay, yeah. Wow. So you were aware of the Libertarian Party back then. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. So yeah, she ended up becoming. She kind of disappeared. She did, and I was at the 2000 Libertarian National Convention in Anaheim, and I just went to the convention. I could have been a delegate there, but the first 4 years I was in the party, I followed the party online, and I went to I read the newsletters, but I never went to any meetings. Actually, I went to one meeting in 1999. Here's the funny thing. You know who the first libertarian I met was in person? Well, I'll just tell you. It was somebody famous. It was Harry Brown. He came to speak. This was after I'd moved to California and I was living in the San Fernando Valley. And he came to speak at the Radisson Hotel in Sherman Oaks, California. And I'd been a member of the party for like 3 years at the time. But I never went to any meetings, never went to any conventions, nothing. I followed it online. I read the newsletters, but that was it. So Harry Brown was coming and I lived not too far from there. So it's like, I'm going to this. So I went and I walked into the room and the first person standing there was Harry Brown. So I got him to autograph my copy of his book, Why Government Doesn't Work, and I got my picture taken with him. And anyway, then I didn't go to any meetings again until the 2000 National Convention in Anaheim. And I didn't even know how the delegate process worked at the time. So I just went and I commuted. I was living in Los Angeles County and it was in Orange County. So I just commuted and I just hung out, And anyway, why did I get on the convention? Oh, well, back to, so Jorgensen. I was at the convention. Now, if I had voted at the convention, I was going to vote for Harry Brown for president, and I was going to vote for Art Olivier for vice president. The other candidates for vice president were Steve Cubby and Ken Krawchuk from Pennsylvania. I thought they were both good candidates, but I gave the edge to Art Olivier. For one reason, Art had been elected as a libertarian to the city council and to the office of mayor of Bellflower, California, which is a mid-sized city in Los Angeles County. And, it's officially a nonpartisan office, but he was a registered libertarian, a member of the party, and he made no secret of being a libertarian while he was in office. And he did do libertarian stuff as mayor. And so, anyway, I would have voted for Art. But they ended up winning anyway, so they didn't really need my votes. And I wasn't really that familiar with all the people running for the LNC and stuff. I didn't follow the LNC as closely back then. I knew some of the names, but I didn't care as much about them. So I didn't care as much about the LNC race at that time. So anyway, okay, so fast forwarding back. Oh, here's what I found out. I went back on C-SPAN and you go into their archives and you can watch old videos. And I watched the 2000 convention and I didn't even remember this. I've got a pretty good memory. And I actually didn't remember this had happened at the 2000 convention, but Joe Jorgensen was one of the intro speakers and endorsers of Art Olivier at that convention. I didn't even remember that. So maybe I was in the bathroom or something when that happened. I don't know. But anyway, I didn't hear any. Jorgensen just basically disappeared for a long time. I didn't know what happened to her. I didn't know if she was still in the party. I figured she must have still been alive, because I figured if she would have died, we probably would have heard about it. But I didn't hear anything about Jo Jorgensen for a long time. And then it was like in I guess it was in the fall of 2019. I heard she went to the 2018 convention in New Orleans, but I never saw her. I heard she was there, but I didn't see her. I didn't find out she was there until after. She was just there as like a delegate or something. Anyway, she jumped in the presidential race in the fall of 2019. So anyway, one of the reasons the other reason besides supporting the Mises Caucus, the other reason I voted for Hornberger was Hornberger. At least he was active during all this. Like, he wrote some, he had books, he wrote a lot of articles, and he now he had ticked off a lot of people in the Libertarian Party. And do you know about Hornberger's Senate race back in Virginia in 2002? I believe it was. Do you know what I'm talking about?
He talks about it in all his videos.
Yeah. Well, he ran. Okay. And here's an area where he does some wild exaggeration. Yeah, he ran for U.S. Senate in Virginia as an independent. Now, why does he run as an independent, not a libertarian? He had ticked off so many people in the Libertarian Party at the time that his personality and this whole, I'm not even going to get into the controversy he was involved in. A lot of people in the Libertarian Party were angry at him at the time. And they did not.
At Costa Mesa, a lot of people noticed, had noted that he was nicer to Cornel West than he was to most other libertarians.
Yeah, he can be. Yeah, he was kind of. In fact, well, this is one reason why he's actually turned off a lot of people in the Mises Caucus too. Yeah. And I remember in the 2020 campaign, he had launched some nasty attacks at his opponents, like Jo Jorgensen, Adam Kokesh, Justin Amash.
Yeah, he was really ugly with Justin Amash.
Yeah, he said, like, okay, this criticism he had of Justin Amash was pretty ridiculous. He said he went on Justin Amash's congressional website and there was a link for like the CIA on the website. Okay. Well, I did a little bit of investigating into that. That was a stock website made by some government employee that they make it for every congressman. And that's something they just put on all the congressmen's websites. And he was Hornberger was trying to say that this was evidence that Justin Amash supported the CIA, which was ridiculous.
If Dr. Paul were still in office, they would have found the same thing.
Yeah, it was on all the Congress. It was a stock website made by like somebody who makes websites for all the congressmen. Justin Amash may not even have known it was on there, this link, I thought that was a ridiculous. And he made some attack against Jo Jorgensen because Jorgensen had said that the military intelligence could do some of the job that the CIA is doing, and if we eliminated the CIA, and having a military is part of a minarchist platform. Hornberger's not an anarchist. He's not an anarcho-capitalist. He is a admitted minarchist. So he's an admitted minarchist who thinks that the federal government should exist, but that it shouldn't defend the border, and just anybody should be able to run across the border. Yeah, and that's kind of a ridiculous position.
And that is a very, very weird thing for a minarchist to believe.
Yeah. So the government should exist. And we should have he doesn't favor abolishing the military. Now, he wants to scale it back, and he doesn't think that the military should be involved in all these different countries. But I'm just saying he is not an anarchist. Okay. Well, anyway, so that was one of the stupid attacks he had against Jo Jorgensen. I thought that was ridiculous. I mean, Jo Jorgensen doesn't support all the abusive stuff. He was trying to allege that because she said that the military could be doing intelligence stuff and that we don't need the CIA, that meant that Jorgensen supported all the bad stuff that the CIA does. The CIA does, it just wants the military. And that's not Jorgensen's position. That was ridiculous. Then he said a ridiculous thing about Adam Kokesh, because Adam Kokesh is an anarcho-capitalist, and Adam Kokesh's platform was to abolish the federal government, and that would just basically leave the states and the local governments, and like the American Indian tribes could become their own governments, and the federal territories could become their own governments, and then what they do after that was up to them. But he was trying to say, because Adam Kokesh is an anarchist, anarcho-capitalist, that Adam Kokesh doesn't believe in any of the freedoms that are guaranteed in the Bill of Rights. And I thought that was a really not accurate description of Adam Kokesh's philosophy or platform. Like, that was ridiculous. That Adam Kokesh has, look at his record, and he had a very long history of supporting gun rights and free speech and freedom of the press and all kinds of stuff. Just because he's an anarcho-capitalist, he wants to abolish the federal government, doesn't mean he doesn't believe in. He's basically trying to say that Adam Kokesh wanted like anarcho-tyranny or something, which was not an accurate. Anyway, I thought some of Hornberger's campaigning tactics were and just kind of unfounded. I'm not necessarily against attacking other candidates, but if you're going to do it, it needs to be something legitimate. And I don't think the things that he was attacking the other candidates on were legitimate. Like, his points were not good. So anyway, I wish the Mises Caucus had come up with a better candidate that time. Unfortunately, they didn't, and I don't think Hornberger stands a chance of winning the nomination now. But anyway, we went off on kind of how did I get on the Hornberger tangent? I don't know what we were talking about.
You were talking about his Senate run and
that's right. I'm glad you brought that up.
And how he didn't how he ran as
Libertarian
nomination.
Because so he ran, because he had ticked a lot of people off, and he started attacking Harry Brown when Harry Brown was running, and I thought I'm not saying that there was no merit to stuff he said, but a lot of it was wildly exaggerated. And, Harry Brown actually wrote a response to Jacob Hornberger where he went through his attacks and kind of gave his side of the story or his rebuttal. And it was on Harry Brown's website. And unfortunately, I don't think his website's up anymore. I know his website did stay up for a while after he passed away. I don't think it's up. If there is still a Harry Brown website up, that article where he rebuts Jacob Hornberger was not on there. I don't know if you can find that article online anywhere anymore. I thought some of Hornberger's attacks against him were wild exaggerations or ridiculous. And I'll tell you this about Harry Brown. He's like probably the best candidate the party ever had. I mean, in my opinion, the two best presidential candidates were Ron Paul and Harry Brown. And Ron Paul definitely reached more people, and Ron Paul inspired more people to become libertarians. But Ron Paul's, most of his outreach wasn't Libertarian Party specific. It was Libertarian movement specific. So while Ron Paul had a bigger platform and was able to reach more people because he had a bigger platform, and he inspired more people to become small L libertarians, Harry Brown's activism was more Libertarian Party specific. And he got more people to join the Libertarian Party. And in fact, from like 96 to 2000 was like the largest growth in Libertarian Party membership ever. From like, or maybe even 94, 95 or whatever, from that period, the party got up to like 34,000 and some odd dues paying members, which is way more than it has now and way more than it's had ever since then. And the number one reason for that membership growth was Harry Brown. The number two reason was there was this thing called Project Archimedes, which was launched in 1998, which was a direct mail marketing campaign where the Libertarian National Committee rented mailing lists from like pro-liberty type groups, libertarian leaning type groups, and then they sent out direct mail, snail mail, what we call today, and that helped pump up membership too. But the number one thing was Harry Brown, bringing in a lot of new members. But anyway, Harry Brown was a great candidate, great writer, and I'll say this: Harry Brown brought in a hell of a lot more people and they were hardcore libertarians too. Harry Brown was not some watered down, Gary Johnson or Bob Barr or something like that. Harry Brown had a very hardcore radical message, and he brought a hell of a lot more people into the Libertarian Party and movement than Jacob Hornberger ever has. But anyway, back to Hornberger's Senate run. He ran as an independent, and he tells you, well, I got 7% of the vote because of my message and my open borders and all this stuff. Okay, here's what he doesn't tell you. It was a three-way race, and one of the major parties didn't have a candidate. There were two independents. The other independent that he was running against was a Lyndon LaRouche supporter. The Lyndon LaRouche supporter got more votes than he did. The Lyndon LaRouche supporter got like 9% or something, or 9.5%, and Hornberger got like 7%. So he came in third place, and it was I can't remember if it was the Democrats that didn't run a candidate or the Republicans that didn't run a candidate, but it was there was only one major party candidate in the race. So how big of an accomplishment is that really? If you get 7% of the vote in a three-way race where one of the major parties isn't running, and where you come in behind the LaRouche supporter. That's not is that really that great of accomplishment? Like, whoop-de-doo, Yeah. Anyway, though, in all fairness, I don't want to beat up on the guy too much. I mean, he does put out a lot of good stuff, and I agree with him more than I disagree with him. So I don't want to completely put the guy down.
Yeah, I mean, I visit FFF daily. I like the weekly conversations he has with Richard Ebeling, himself a heavyweight in the movement.
Yeah, so, well, in retrospect, I almost wonder if maybe it was better that Jorgensen over Hornberger. Like maybe Jorgensen was a better candidate than Hornberger. And so I'm not sure. Well, I definitely didn't want Vermin Supreme. So it was down to Jacob Hornberger, Vermin Supreme, and Joe Jorgensen. So Joe Jorgensen and Jacob Hornberger were the acceptable candidates, and Vermin Supreme was a no way.
I think the better half of that ticket was Spike Cohen.
Yeah, I mean, Spike has gotten better. One thing a lot of people forget about Spike is that that he was Vermin Supreme's running.
Yeah, I remember that's why I was skeptical of him at first.
Yeah,
and then a few months into the campaign, he starts putting out these dynamite videos on YouTube, and he was boldly calling out the COVID regime, and
he got better.
It was just
he definitely got better.
Stuff.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and I think most of his stuff is good. Now
he's really, really, really going like gangbusters with that "You Are the Power." He got some crooked sheriff in West Virginia to resign.
That's good. I mean, he's doing some good stuff. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Now another thing he did. He's one of these people that thinks the border should be ripped open as well, and that there should be unlimited, unrestricted immigration. And did you see his debate with Dave Smith on that?
I remember that. Yeah.
Well, I thought Dave Smith won the debate. I mean, you could say that I was biased, but I mean, honestly,
I mean, Dave Smith did win the debate, but it wound up to Spike Cohen conceding that an Ellis Island system would be better.
But the Ellis Island system that people talk about, they rejected people, that they had like ethnic quotas and stuff like that. So and there was no welfare state back then, also. And there was a lot less people in the country, so it was kind of a different world. It was not just anybody from anywhere just show up. You know what I mean? So a lot of people they kind of misrepresent what the Ellis Island system actually was, as well as what the conditions were at the time that the Ellis Island system existed. But anyway, like I said, Spike, there was another thing that Spike did that kind of like I didn't care for during the campaign, that sounded kind of SJW-ish to me. That was the criticism against Joe Jorgensen, that she made some kind of, SJW-ish, social, lefty social justice warrior type comments that were kind of cringy. Now, for the
Yeah.
most part, I like Jo Jorgensen for the most part. She was good for the most part. I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
and she was definitely better than
yeah.
Bob Barr and Gary Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, it was a staffer handling the social media
Oh
for.
yeah, but Jorgensen said some stuff too, though. I mean, it wasn't now one mistake that Jorgensen made, and I interviewed Jo Jorgensen, and unfortunately, my camera malfunctioned, and I tried interviewing her then on my cell phone, and I ran out of space, so
Mm,
most of the interview didn't get recorded. About 5 minutes got recorded, and the best parts of it didn't. And I've been wanting to interview her again since then and haven't had the chance. But when I interviewed her, um, she shed some light on some issues that happened during the campaign. And I actually went away from the interview, liking her more and even more glad that I voted for her than before I interviewed. But
mhm.
one thing that happened, I don't know if you remember this, she was asked who she would support for the Supreme Court um, during her campaign. Like somebody asked her that, I don't know if it was a reporter or whatever. And she said Alan
I
Dershowitz,
remember that.
which
That
was an
was
absolutely horrible choice. He's a terrible guy. He's
yeah.
bad on just about everything. He's a gun grabber. He's for forced vaccinations.
Hmm.
He supports military imperialism. You know, he's bad on like almost everything. He also took trips to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Yep.
Who knows what he was doing there and what kind of debauchery he may have witnessed or taken part in. But anyway, when she said that, I almost didn't vote for her. I was like, what the hell? Why would she want this guy to be on the Supreme Court? Well,
Yeah.
she came back the next day and did a retraction. And, she did okay, she made a retraction. Okay, that's good. So I still voted for her, and I'm glad I voted. I don't regret that I voted for her. Well, anyway, I asked her what happened. Here's what she told me what happened. She said that her campaign staff had made a list of people to nominate to the Supreme Court. And
Mm,
they had an A list, they had a B list, they had like a C list, they had a D list. She was not familiar with most of the names on the list.
hmm.
And during the interview, she just kind of drew a blank. Somebody on her staff had put Alan Dershowitz on the list. Now,
Okay.
why one of her staffers would have done that, I have no idea. But whoever put that on the list, either they were really ignorant or maybe they shouldn't have been working on her campaign or what. But some campaign,
Yeah.
but he wasn't, he was like maybe on the C list or something. You know what I mean? He
Hmm.
wasn't on the A list. And she drew a blank. Sometimes people forget, they have a brain fart or brain fog or whatever. And she had like a Gary Johnson Aleppo type woman, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she said she blanked out and couldn't think, and that was like the only name she could think of, and that name was on the list. She didn't put him there. He was like on the C list or D list or something, and that was the only name. And he was like a well-known person, so that's what she said. And then she didn't realize how bad he was, and as soon as she found out how bad he was on a lot of issues, then she's like, "Oh my god, why did I?" And then she did a retraction. So that was the real story behind it. But yeah, she made a mistake. Okay, everybody makes mistakes. At least she made up for it. So anyway, yeah, I just wonder, maybe we were better off with Jo Jorgensen as the candidate than Jacob Hornberger. I'm not sure. I don't know. Ideally, I would have preferred somebody totally different, maybe somebody that wasn't even in the race. So anyway, I don't think Hornberger's going to win this time. Um, and I know there was a recent uh, I don't know, you want to say controversy or story that blew up about Hornberger and the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
And Hornberger, I'm not going to say he was necessarily bad on it, but he seemed kind of out of touch. And then, of course, there was also the immigration thing.
Yeah.
And Hornberger thinks that the Libertarian Party will get more. The reason we don't get more votes, one reason we don't get more votes, according to him, is that we are not loudly promoting open borders and mass immigration loudly enough, and that we should be at the forefront of pushing that and should be far more vocal on the issue. And I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, like, does this guy ever go out and talk to people in the real world? I mean, do you realize that almost nobody supports that issue? Like, it's extremely unpopular. And I'm not saying that we should always jump on a popular trend, but
Yeah.
considering that it's not even an issue, like, that's one of the most debated topics within the libertarian sphere. It's considered to be one of the most controversial. It's one of the topics. If you look at like what issues have libertarians been arguing about for years, you got immigration, you got abortion, you got anarchy versus minarchy. Those are some of the hot, some of the hot button issues within libertarian circles where even libertarians don't agree. And then he wants to take one of those issues and then go out and make it a loud talking point, even though there was a survey done by Harvard University a few years ago. And Harvard is certainly far from being a right-wing organization. And according to the Harvard survey, 80% of Americans want to see immigration reduced. There was like, I think it was the next biggest group was the group that wanted immigration to remain at current levels. This was current levels as of 5 or 6 years ago, like before Biden was president. Okay, and even back then it was a lot. Okay, so if you took that survey now, and I think there would be more people in the reduced, like the reduced camp would probably be more than 80%. But anyway, it was only like 8%. I think it was like 12% that wanted to see immigration at the same levels, and then there was only 8% that wanted to see it increased. So 80% of the people wanted less immigration. So is that like really a popular issue to go that even libertarians don't agree on it, and 80% of the public is against it, and he thinks that should be like one of the biggest issues? I mean, that just strikes me as kind of. Oh, now another thing about Hornberger, I think it was like his mother was from Mexico, and his father was an American of German descent. Okay, and that he grew up in like El Paso, and there were these guys from somewhere, somewhere in Texas, and that these Mexican farm workers came in and blah 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 blah. Okay, well, my response to that is, so what? What's that got to do with today? And nobody's saying that like nobody can come into work, but I mean, there's even some problems with that. But like, okay, this is another thing that irritates me, is that if you say you're not for open borders and unlimited, unrestricted immigration, they'll say you're anti-immigration, and they'll act like that you want a North Korea type policy.
Yeah. If you line up the timeline of Jacob Hornberger's childhood memories with the actual history, those farmhands he grew up around were their courtesy of the Bracero program. Ironically, the Johnson administration ended it because of pressure from Latino civil rights icon Cesar Chavez.
Yes, because they thought it was like lowering the wages of the workers or something like that, wasn't it? Wasn't that it? Yeah. So that's ironic. But anyway, so as far as I know, like I said earlier, I think most of my ancestors were pioneers and colonists. So I had ancestors from England and Scotland that were in the original 13 colonies. And in my research, I found out that some of them actually fought in the American Revolution as revolutionaries. Like they were the guys who picked up their guns and went and shot, the redcoats. And then I had other ancestors that were in the French Louisiana territory, and they had come in from France in the 1600s. And then I also have an Irish ancestor who came to America as a child. I believe it was either in the 1870s or 1880s, one of the Ellis Island legal immigrants. Well, then I also had a Belgian Flemish, which is Belgium is divided up into
Mhm.
two main regions, a Dutch region, which is known as the Flanders, and they're called the Flemish, and they speak Dutch, and they're basically the same people as the Dutch. It's next to the Netherlands. And then there's Wallonia, which is the French region. So my ancestor was from the Dutch region of Belgium, and he came to America in the very early 1900s, like 1901 or 1903 or something
Mhm.
like that. And he became an American citizen, and he joined the Navy in World War One, and he was a merchant marine, and he traveled around the world as a merchant marine. And apparently, he was in the country of Chile or Chile, and he met a Chilean woman who was of Spanish ancestry, and he married her and took her back to America. And so that was so I have a so that I would have partial Spanish ancestry. Okay, so I had a so the relevance of me having a great grandmother who came to America in like 1920 or something, and married an American naturalized citizen from Belgium, is about as relevant as Jacob Hornberger's mother being from Mexico, and the farm workers coming in under the Becerra program back in like what the early 1960s or 1950s. I mean, that's
Yeah.
about how relevant that is today. So anyway, yeah, I think basically, I think that the libertarians or who advocate that there should be open borders and unlimited, unrestricted immigration, regardless of any other policy or program that's in place. They're what they're really advocating, whether they realize it or not, is like libertarian suicide. Like
Mhm.
they're advocating suicide, and you know what it kind of reminds
Yeah.
me of? It kind of reminds me of, like, let's say you were training to be a professional fighter, or like a mixed martial arts fighter,
Mhm.
and somebody was teaching you techniques that were not good techniques, and those techniques were going to get you killed in a fight. Well,
Yeah.
then how good are those techniques? You know what I mean? It's like you want to learn techniques that, like, if your libertarianism is going to lead to libertarian suicide,
Mhm.
then maybe there's something wrong with your libertarianism. Maybe there's something wrong with the way you're implementing. Like, here's another analogy: dismantling government is like dismantling a bomb. You pull the wrong wire out at the wrong time, and the bomb's going to blow up in your face. And so that's what I think. Like some libertarians say, oh, well, it doesn't matter what government program we eliminate first. Well, actually, it does. Actually, it kind of does matter,
Mhm.
because, like, let's say the first government program I want to eliminate is the election department.
Mhm.
And we're not going to have elections anymore. We're just going to have, and the people that are in office now, they could just stay in office for life. And we're just going to go into a dictatorship, and that's it. We're not going to print ballot. We're not going, because we have to use taxpayer funding to put Libertarian Party candidates on the ballot, and it costs the taxpayers money to have these elections. So we're just going to abolish the election. You know what I mean? I mean, that's idiotic. That's completely idiotic. Here's another example. We're going to let everybody out of prison. Now, I know there's a lot of people that are in jail or prison for victimless crimes, but guess what? There's also some people there for legitimate crimes.
Oh
There's
yeah.
some dangerous people in prison. There's people in prison who are murderers, rapists,
Yeah.
child molesters,
Yeah. I mean,
people who
yeah. I mean,
assault,
I mean, there are libertarians and progressives who want to do away with solitary confinement, and what they don't get and don't want to get is that there are folks who simply do not work, live, or play well with others. The
Mhm.
reason why they're in behind bars or in the first place is, and there's no charitable way to put it, they're assholes. They're
Yeah,
violent
yeah,
assholes.
they're sociopaths or psychopaths, and they
Yeah.
can't function in regular society and function with regular people. So if you said, hey, I'm just going to shut down all the jails and prisons, and I'm going to release everybody. I'm not just going to release the people that are in for victimless crimes or false charges. I'm releasing everybody. So would that be a sound? Yeah, that would reduce government. I mean, you wouldn't have to pay to put people in jail or prison, but it wouldn't really be good for society either to have serial killers and rapists and child molesters and other, violent, dangerous criminals walking the streets. I mean, it kind of
Mm-hmm.
reminds me of these district attorneys that are been supported by George Soros. I know there's been some in California. There was a guy, Chesa Bodine in San Francisco,
Yeah.
and George Gascon in Los Angeles County,
Mm-hmm.
that are just now. There are some things they've done now. There were recall efforts against both of them, and I know that Chesa Bodine, the recall made the ballot. He got kicked out. George Gascon would have been kicked out, but there was some really major screw ups that happened with the petition drive to get him on to get the recall on the ballot. I actually know the backstory about that because I collected signatures on that recall. I collected several thousand signatures on it actually, and I'm not going to get into the backstory, but it was there was some real screw ups with the people running the campaign, and whether it was intentional or it was just stupidity or inexperience or just whatever, they didn't get on the ballot. But if they had, Gascon would have been removed from office. There's another one, Pamela Price in Alameda County. But this is happening in other states too. Austin, Texas, I believe Denver, Colorado, Seattle, Washington, where they have these leftist district attorneys that were a lot of them were backed by George Soros, and
Mm-hmm.
they're not prosecuting people for some victimless crimes, which is good. Some of the things, but they're also not prosecuting them or giving them very light sentences or slap on the wrist, or in some cases not prosecuting them all for real crimes like shoplifting
Yeah.
and assault
Yeah.
and
I I
destruction of property and breaking
I
and entering.
I worked in retail for 7 years, and here is how shoplifting is an actual crime with a victim. Stores, to recoup the financial loss, what they call shrinkage,
Mm-hmm.
cut associate hours.
Yes, where they raise the prices.
Yeah.
I worked at a grocery store many years ago, and I remember the manager of the grocery store used to say when people shoplift that the store doesn't want to take the loss. So what they'll do is they'll just raise the price of everything in the store, or they'll
Mm-hmm.
cut worker hours, or they won't give their workers a raise, or something
Yeah.
like that. They'll try to recoup the money somehow from the theft. So
Yeah.
it really ultimately gets passed on to the consumer. Or if the business does lose money, they could go out of business.
Yeah.
And that's happened. So anyway,
Yeah.
when I was in Los Angeles County
Mhm.
collecting signatures on the recall George Gascon petition, I ironically witnessed crimes happen at 4 different stores, and the police never showed up for any of them.
Mhm.
And I can tell you where they were. It was a Walmart in Santa Clarita and another Walmart in Santa Clarita. And Santa Clarita is nice. Are you familiar with Santa Clarita?
I haven't been there, but I know
Okay,
the
it's where
yeah,
Valencia is located in Magic Mountain. So it's kind of on the outskirts of LA County if you're
yeah,
going north on the 5 freeway
yeah.
headed towards Kern
I th- I
County.
th- I think
It's a nice area.
I think the carpool on the way to Costa Mesa may have driven past it.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty nice city. It used to be a lot nicer. Uh, a lot of parts of California have really gone downhill. I mean,
Hmm.
California, and you're a lifelong California resident.
I am.
So you've probably seen the state go downhill more than I have. I had never been to California until the first time I was there was 1993. I was there in '94, and then I was there. I lived there. I moved there in 1998, and I've moved in and moved out and gone back and forth and everything. And from my frame of reference, which I'm sure is a shorter period of time than yours, I've seen the state go downhill,
Hmm.
from like the 90s and early 2000s. And you've probably seen it a lot worse. And then people older than you who are
Yeah.
lifetime residents have probably seen it even worse.
There
But
there's
anyway,
Yeah, in the middle of downtown Modesto, there's a railroad track that runs parallel to 9th Street, and west of the railroad tracks is West Side, and it was very rare to see homeless panhandlers, crazy people, drug addicts on the east side of those tracks. Now the whole town is West Side.
well, I can tell you, like, so in 2022, I was back in some places in the San Fernando Valley that I hadn't been to in several years. And I couldn't believe how bad it's gotten. Like there were middle class neighborhoods there, um, where there's homeless people on the sidewalk, like just lying just down the block. Like you look out of your middle class or
Mm-hmm.
your upper middle class house window, and houses are very expensive in California. It's one of those got like I think the highest real estate prices in the country are very close to it. And but you're in a house in California that would be like 500,000 or $700,000, or it would be
Mm-hmm.
like a mansion in some other state with lower real estate prices. But anyway, in comparison. But anyway, yeah, you had some decent middle class neighborhoods in the San Fernando Valley with homeless people living on the sidewalk. Just all I was astounded. And then anyway, I remember when I was out in Santa Clarita, and this I was at this one Walmart, and this woman, a guy grabbed the purse out of her shopping cart and ran out of the store with it. And
Mm-hmm.
this woman was just, I saw the guy run out of the store. I didn't know what was happening, but he ran right by me and ran through the parking lot. The security guards didn't do anything.
They
And
can't.
I know. They're told that they can be charged with assault or something. And so yeah, their hands are tied. Anyway, the cops never showed up. And I know the cops never showed up because I was there for hours collecting signatures and they never showed up. Okay, so then I went to there's another Walmart in Santa Clarita, and this guy comes out with a cart full of stuff, and these employees are following him, and they say, "Sir, are you going to pay for that?" And he turns around and he cusses at him, and he lets out a string of cuss words, and then he just keeps walking, goes puts the stuff in the car, and drives off. Cops never showed up. Okay, then I was at a Ralph's grocery store in La Crescenta, which is also a decent area. None of these places were bad areas. And some guy walks in, he grabs bottles of alcohol, walks out the store with it. Store employee comes out, he goes, "You see that guy walk by with all those bottles of alcohol?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "He didn't pay for it." I said, "He didn't. Are y'all going to call the cops on him?" He says, "We'll call them, but they're not going to show up."
Mm-hmm.
And they never did.
Yeah.
Okay, then the last example, I was in Lancaster, and I was at a Vaughn's in Lancaster, and I witnessed two crimes at the Vaughn's in Lancaster. One of them was a woman walked out with a shopping cart, and just the store employees didn't even say anything. I guess they knew that she'd get away with it. And the store employee says, "You see that woman walk by?" I was like, "Yeah, she didn't pay for any of that stuff." And I said, "Oh, well, you gonna call the police?" And say, "Yeah, we'll call them, but they're not going to show up." Sure enough, they didn't show up. And now some people have cut you. Are you familiar with Lancaster and Palmdale, the Antelope Valley?
I've heard of the places.
Okay. Well, it's
I've
on
never
like a far
been there.
outskirts of LA County. In fact, the funny thing about Palmdale and Lancaster, it's almost like it's not even part of Los Angeles County. It's this really isolated part of the county.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like you're in a different world out there. But anyway, there are some areas of Palmdale and Lancaster that kind of have a bad reputation for crime. But
Mm-hmm.
this particular part of Lancaster was a nice area. It was like in a nice, really nice houses nearby, like kind of an upper middle class type area.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, at the same store, I don't know if it was a few days or weeks later, but some other time I was there. Um, there was a Starbucks inside, and you know how the Starbucks employees sometimes have a tip jar, and there was money in it.
Yeah.
Some guy grabbed the tip jar and ran out of the store, and this other guy was running chasing. Now the guy chasing him didn't work there. He was just a customer who saw this guy stealing the Starbucks tip jar and thought that was a crappy thing to do. So he tried to chase the guy down. Now the customer that was chasing the guy, he was wearing flip flops. So you can't really run that fast in flip
Oh no.
flops. And the other guy had sneakers on. He got away with it. Well, the store employees came out, and I talked to a manager, and the manager said, if that guy would have caught the guy that stole the tip jar, that the police would have arrested him for assault.
Yep.
Yeah,
They I mean, in Modesto, they're not gonna go, they're not gonna go after shoplifters or muggers or purse snatchers, but they will shoot a guy in his front yard in front of his family for not dropping a trailer hitch fast enough.
Yeah. Now the funny thing was, when I was out collecting petition signatures, there were a few incidents where the police were called on me, and now fortunately, in most of those incidents, the police actually didn't violate my rights. Two of them they actually did violate my rights, and I'd love to go back and sue them. But anyway, I had the cops called on me for collecting petition signatures, which is supposed to be a legal activity. In fact, one of the places I had the cops called on me was actually a government um, uh, uh, building. It was a government like civic center that was owned
Mm-hmm.
by a city, and there was an event going on inside where you had to buy tickets to go in, but I wasn't inside. I was outside,
Yeah.
and they called the cops on me there twice. The first time. I had to battle it out with them, and I ended up talking to the watch commander, and the watch commander said hey. And then I came back. There was another event a few weeks later, and they threatened to arrest me. And the police sergeant that was at the scene, I said to him, "Well, this will be a false arrest, and I'll get thrown out in court." And he goes, "Yeah, you're right about that. It'll get thrown out, but it's going to waste a lot of your time in the process, and you may have to sit in jail over the weekend, and you won't get out till because it's like on a weekend." And he's like, "You'll be in jail until Saturday." And so he admitted that it would be a false arrest, but he said he was going to arrest me anyway just to waste my time. That's pretty damn brazen.
That
but
yeah,
but but anyway, I thought
yeah.
it was ironic that the cops will come out for some guy collecting petition signatures, but somebody steals stuff out of the store and they don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
That is totally messed up. I mean, hell, I remember even in California, if somebody stole something out of the store, you'd see cops there. The guys would be in handcuffs, and they used to arrest people for that. So it's like, so anyway, that's an example. You could say George Gascon and these other district attorneys that are doing this, they're reducing government, but are they real? Is that reducing government in a way that's really making us more free by allowing
Mm-hmm.
people to shoplift and break into people's houses and break windows and slash tires and break into cars and assault people? Is that really expanding individual freedom? I mean, I would say no. I would say it's an example of government monopolizing a function and then not doing what it's supposed to do and actually making things worse. You know what I mean? Which is the same thing with the border. If you just have anybody running across the border and they could be a criminal or whatever, or a person that wants to get on, is coming in and is going to become a burden to the taxpayers. And or even there's even been people that were like suspected Islamic terrorists or people. It's not like people think the Mexican border is just people from Mexico or people from
Yeah.
Central America. No, you got people from freaking the Middle East and Africa and China. There's actually like Chinese illegal immigrants coming in through the southern border.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched a video about this not very long ago
It's
where
it's
they
pro-
showed that there's
it's
like a
pro
Chinese meetup. I think they're actually being financed by the Chinese government.
yeah. It's probably a lot easier for them to come in by way of the Mexican border than by way of some shipping container to San Francisco.
Yeah. So anyway, I just think that with these libertarians who say like, well, it doesn't matter how you go about reducing government. And that was the thing I didn't really like about the Radical Caucus in a way. I liked the Radical Caucus was around. It was around a long, like I think in the 70s or 80s or something, and then it became defunct for a while, and then it reformed. I think it was sometime maybe around 2008 or something like that. And
Mm-hmm.
I was on the Radical Caucus. They had a Radical Caucus Yahoo. I never really got too involved with it, but I was sympathetic to the Radical Caucus.
Mm-hmm.
But I just noticed that there were people in the Radical Caucus who thinks that one of their platform planks was that it doesn't matter what government program you get rid of first or what order of operations you do things. And I always thought that was ridiculous because like if you open the border and you have a democratic welfare state with forced association laws, it's going to be disastrous. And that's exactly what we're experiencing right now. And that's just like if you okay, so if it doesn't matter how I reduce government, well, I'm just going to release murderers and child molesters from prison, and I'll drop them off in your neighborhood. You know, hey, I just reduced government, and you don't have to pay taxes to put them in jail anymore. I mean, you know, if we got some serial killers walking the street, okay, well, so be it. You know, or like, hey, I'm the Libertarian Party candidate, and here's my campaign commercial. I'm going to shut down any immigration enforcement, and I'm going to abolish the military. Vote for me. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
it's that, I mean, it sounds completely insane to people. If people, now, like I said, I'm both an anarcho-capitalist and I'm a small government constitutionalist at the same time, if that makes any sense. In other words, I agree with the anarcho-capitalist philosophy, and I would like to see that type of society at some point. But I'm also kind of a realist, and I see a small government that's limited by a constitution is the same thing. Now, I don't know if you could ever truly abolish government, because as long as human beings are interacting, they're going to be something, something like a government, like a family, mom and dad are the government in the family. You know what I mean? So like the Libertarian Party is a government. We have a Libertarian National Committee.
Yeah.
We have a state committee. We have county committee, and people run for those offices. And now the Libertarian Party is a voluntary government. Like, you don't have to join the Libertarian Party. You don't have to donate. They have a minimum dues, for national is $25. I think most states it's also $25.
Yeah.
So if you're not happy with what the party's doing, you could just donate the bare minimum, or you could just quit, and so, but I'm just saying that the government, I don't know if government could ever truly be completely abolished, because something there, like a neighborhood association, a condominium association, could kind of be like a de facto government. Now, I think government should be limited as much as possible, and I'd like to see it as voluntary as possible. But I'm saying, so would you call yourself, are you a small government minarchist constitutionalist, or would you call yourself an anarcho-capitalist, or are you somewhere where I'm at, where you could go either way?
I mean, I'm basically an old right constitutionalist. I straddle the line between classical liberal and minarchist, but you won't catch me dead at a CLC meetup.
CLC, what's that stand for? Oh, that's the classical liberal. Okay, well, what the classical liberals are today is not really the same thing as what a classical liberal was in the 17 and 1800s.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So what the people now calling themselves classical liberals, they would probably call the classical liberals from back then, maybe paleo conservatives or something. If they're being polite, they would probably call them other nasty names.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so now there are some libertarians, and I don't agree with the ones who say this, that say if you're not an anarcho-capitalist, you're not a libertarian. Yeah. What is your response to that? I don't agree with those people. I don't agree with that. But what do you say about that? If somebody says to you, well, you're not a libertarian because you're not an anarcho-capitalist.
I've been, I supported Ron Paul when you were in grade school.
Well, there's some older people.
I was reading his Texas Tough Talk.
Straight talk.
Yeah, his Texas Straight Talk columns when you were in diapers.
Yeah, well, there were people out there attacking Ron Paul. There's still people out there attacking Ron Paul. And I'll tell you what, to me, and I don't agree with anybody 100% on every little detail of everything. Like, I could find something to disagree with everybody, even Ron Paul, but not much. I probably agree with Ron Paul like 99.9% of the time. And so anyway, but some people said that, when Ron Paul, when he stopped running, because he never ran for office and as an anarchist or anarcho-capitalist, he always ran as like a small government constitutionalist. But when he stopped, retired for running for office, he kind of sort of came out of the closet as an anarcho-capitalist, or at least supporting that philosophy, And so, like I said, I kind of like, I would like to see as little government as possible. If we can have some kind of, end cap. I think the only way it's going to work would be you'd have to have people like the type of people who would go to the Mises Caucus or Mises Institute, or like the type of people who go to Pork Fest in New Hampshire, or go to Anarchapulco. If we got together and we formed our own private city, somewhere, and then maybe we could live, we could have that kind of society. But as far as trying to build that type of society in the present general population, not going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, not going to happen, and not going to happen anytime soon. I do think there's some developments that could possibly push society in that direction, and one of those is the development of cryptocurrency. And are you familiar with the whole cryptocurrency world? And do you know about about Bitcoin? I'm sure.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with the privacy coins like Monero and Pirate Chain? And
I've heard of that stuff.
Yes. So if everybody started,
when this was being bandied about, I took the side of Gary North and Peter Schiff on that issue.
Those guys were wrong.
Yeah, they were. I thought they were. I thought gold was still the way to go, and that this DigiCoin stuff was just tulip mania 2.0.
Well, I'm certainly not opposed to precious metals. I mean, I like gold and silver also.
And then a few years later, when a lot of people were making money off of it, I kicked myself hard.
Yeah. Well, I've had a few opportunities where I could have become a cryptocurrency millionaire, and I made several mistakes. Hopefully I will make it at some point, hopefully in the not too distant future. But one thing was I got robbed. I left some stuff on a centralized exchange that got robbed. I got robbed twice. I got robbed once in 2014, and I got robbed again in 2017. And if those robberies hadn't happened, I'd be a millionaire right now. I made some other mistakes as well. Now, one thing about cryptocurrency, almost all the robberies happen on centralized exchanges. So almost like that's like if you keep your stuff in a private wallet, the odds of getting robbed are very, very remote. Probably 99% of crypto robberies are on centralized exchanges. So now there's government regulated centralized exchanges that are like based in the US, like Coinbase and Gemini and Kraken. Now, of course, I don't know if you heard about FTX. Did you hear about the FTX scandal?
That
was a government regulated exchange, and it was a huge scam. And the people who ran it were ripping people off, and they got away with it for a while because they were making big political contributions to the Democratic Party and to Joe Biden and stuff. So I think that kind of caused the government regulators and who would have been going after them earlier to kind of look the other way. But anyway, if you're in one of these regulated exchanges and the exchange gets robbed, they do have insurance. Now, the bad thing about these regulated exchanges, though, is they report everything you do to the government, and if the government thinks you're suspicious or you owe them taxes, they will freeze your stuff and take all your stuff. So that's the bad things. So my advice to anybody who wants to get into crypto is either A, do not use any centralized exchanges, or B, if you do use a centralized exchange means they store your crypto. They hold your crypto in like a wallet that they have. You have an account with, it's almost like stock, like Ameritrade or what's, those things where you trade stocks online. They're kind of
Yeah.
like that. Okay. And so they have your, like, if you send your money to Ameritrade, or I can't think of the names of these other companies, but whatever, they have your money. You can get it back from them, but they're holding the same thing with these centralized crypto exchanges. Now there are decentralized crypto exchanges. A decentralized exchange, like let's say you have Bitcoin, you want to trade it for Monero or Ethereum. You send it to them, and then they automatically send you whatever you're trading for back to a private wallet. So say you've got a private Bitcoin wallet with $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. You want to trade it for $1,000 worth of Ethereum. You send it to a decentralized exchange. The decentralized exchange automatically sends the Ethereum to your private Ethereum wallet. So they don't really have custody of it for more than a few seconds. It's like automatic. And then so I would recommend using decentralized exchanges. I've actually never heard of a decentralized exchange being robbed. So, and then there's also what's known as atomic swaps, which is emerging technology, and that is it's a program. I don't know why they call it atomic swap, and I'm not really like a big tech guy, so I don't really understand all the tech behind it. But anyway, an atomic swap is this program, a computer program that allows two people who like don't necessarily know each other to trade between um, different cryptocurrencies in a trusted manner without either party being able to get ripped off. So let's just say hypothetically, let's say I'm in Australia. Yeah, I'm not an American citizen. I'm in Australia, or I'm in South Africa, or I'm in Pakistan. Okay, you don't know me. I don't know you. You're an American in California. Okay, and I've got $1,000 worth of Ethereum, and you've got $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, and we want to trade. Okay, well, how do you know I'm not going to rip you off? Okay, well, okay, that's what the problem this atomic swap program solves. Um, Basically, you put your $1,000 up, and if I don't put my $1,000 up, the transfer doesn't happen. So in other words, I've got to put my $1,000 into the program, the computer program, and if let's say I say I'm going to screw this guy over, I'm only going to put in $700, and he's going to send me $1,000 worth of crypto, and I'm going to rip this guy off. Well, then the trade doesn't happen, and you get your coins back. So this is a way that people can trade without using any crypto exchange. So is this technology, this came out of, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and a lot of people don't know about it. And it's something that's kind of growing, and it could basically make it so people can trade between different cryptocurrencies without using an exchange. So it would be impossible for governments to regulate. And then the other thing is that with these privacy coins like Monero and Pirate Chain, and there's some others, they have such good privacy technology that no government can track them. The IRS put out a bounty a few years ago of $625,000 for anybody who could show them how to track Monero transactions. Nobody's been able to collect the bounty. So that Bitcoin's not private. Ethereum's not private. Dogecoin is not private. Cardano is not private. Most of the cryptocurrencies, probably 98% of them or something, or 97% of them are not private. There's only a handful that are private. There's a few, like there's one called Zcash, which has optional privacy, which means you can turn the privacy on or turn it off. And it's been found that most people are too lazy to turn it on or don't know how to. And so some of the transaction history is not private. And so the bad thing about the optional privacy is that you could use process of elimination to track something down. Like if you were trying to find out, but if you had something like Monero or Pirate Chain or one of these other privacy coins that are always private, then until somebody comes up with a way, which nobody's been able to do, the NSA can't track it, the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, the Russian whatever agencies they have over there, the British MI6, nobody's been able to figure out how to track this stuff. And the people who develop these things, they're always staying a few steps ahead. They're always improving the technology. So here's my point. If everybody started using these privacy cryptocurrencies like Monero and Pirate Chain and the other ones, then it would be impossible or almost impossible for governments to collect taxes. And it could basically end the IRS and end pretty much all tax. I mean, it would make it very hard. How are you gonna collect taxes if you have no way of tracking transactions? You know, and it could actually end central banks. It could abolish the Federal Reserve System. So that could be, if these things ever catch on and a critical mass of the population starts using these things, then it could be a way to make it very hard for governments to continue with their taxation and central banking and fiat currency. So that could be a step towards moving us to a libertarian society. But we're pretty far from that. Like I said, these people that they think, oh, well, we're just going to jump right into this anarchist society is not very realistic. Like, a lot of things are going to happen, and it may never happen. I don't know if we'll ever have an anarcho-capitalist society. I mean, it's a nice. Hell, I don't even know if we'll have a limited government society. You know what I mean? I actually think that I came out with a video. I'm sorry.
Things had to get pretty damned bad in Argentina before they wised up and elected Milei.
Yeah, and I wondered if when I first heard about it, I was kind of excited. Then I heard some things about Milei that had me questioning, whether or not he was for real. But I will say this: so far, he seems pretty good. From what he's doing. I mean, I'm not, from what I know, it's not like I'm following him like super close, but it sounds like he's doing pretty. I mean, he sounds legit so far.
Yeah.
So, but that's great. I'm not really familiar with the election system in Argentina. If Milei is for real, if he's not some kind of plant or this is some kind of BS or something, and like I said, so far it sounds like he probably is. He may be for real. From what I'm seeing so far. Maybe their election system is less corrupt than ours. Or maybe their people were just more fed up and looking for something, and maybe a lightning bolt struck and he was in the right place at the right time. I think right now in this country, things are so corrupt and the system is so rigged against any third party or minor party, alternative party, or independent from being elected to a high level office, particularly president, which is the highest level office, that I just don't see it happening. I mean, is there anybody you can think of that could conceivably run as a Libertarian Party candidate that would actually be a libertarian, reasonably called a libertarian, that you think could be elected president running as a libertarian?
Well, not not that I can think of right
I
now.
don't think there's anybody. I really don't. I mean, I think even if, like, let's say Rand Paul, he's probably the most well-known person, outside of his father, and his father's too old to be running at this point, and he's a sitting U.S. senator. If Rand Paul switched to Libertarian Party and ran for the presidential nomination, I think he could pull down an impressive vote total, but I don't think he's going to win.
No,
maybe he could get 10 or 15% of the vote or something like that, but he's not going to win. And see, I think that if an election's really close, it goes to Congress. And Congress gets to choose the president, and each state congressional delegation gets one vote. Okay, so how many libertarians or liberty-leaning people are there in Congress? Not very many. So if the election's close and it goes to Congress, I don't think there's any chance they're going to pick anybody who's a libertarian or constitutionalist or anybody like that. And so
my big hope though is that we do have hundreds of elected officials in local offices, and they're building resumes, they're earning reputations for the party, and that maybe one of those young people could take a stab at it,
Yeah, well,
about a
I mean,
year.
I'm not opposed to that, but I've been hearing that ever since I joined the party back in
Uh,
1996. They've been saying the same thing. And at one point, I know back in like, I think it was around 2003, the Libertarian Party had something like 600 or 650 people elected to local offices across the country.
hmm,
And I'm not sure what it is now. I know it was down for a long time. It's been going back up again in recent years, but I know,
yeah,
I'm not sure what the current number is. But anyway, it hasn't really led to that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it couldn't theoretically,
yeah,
but what I would like to see is libertarians taking over a local government somewhere. And it would probably
yeah,
have to be in a low population area.
yeah.
That happened one time in Libertarian Party history. Back in the 1980s, there was a place called Big Water, Utah, which was a
Hmm,
really small town. It had like maybe 800 people or
hmm,
1,000 people. And libertarians got a majority on the city council and the mayor. And so it was like a libertarian city for like 2 years.
hmm,
And this was back in the 80s. There's no internet back then. And that's the only time it's ever happened. So I would like to see something like that happen today. But today, if we had something like that happen, it could really blow up on the internet and go viral.
yeah.
But anyway, I just, I see, why bother participating in electoral politics? Why bother? Maybe we should just all go be non-voting anarchists like Larkin Rose. Okay. And so why participate in electoral politics? I think there's two good reasons. Number one, it's a good way to get the message out. And a lot of people, it's the only way to reach them. Like a lot of people, they don't read books or don't read political books or books on philosophy or economics or anything. And a lot of people, they don't go watch video. They're not watching Larkin Rose videos. They're not going to the Mises Institute website, or they're not listening to the Tom Woods show, you know. And
I
so by
I
running
did
for office,
I didn't know who Larkin Rose was till 4 or 5 years ago.
oh, okay, yeah, yeah. See, well,
Yeah.
yeah. I knew who he was actually back in like the late '90s, because he was originally became known as part of the tax honesty or tax protester movement.
Hmm.
So that's what I knew of him from. And then he actually went to prison for it. He was kind of openly baiting the IRS,
Hmm.
and he kind of got railroaded in court. Now, some people say, I don't know if you're familiar with a guy named Dave Champion. Do you know who Dave Champion is?
No.
Okay, well, he's a pro liberty guy. He's like a small L libertarian, and he wrote a book called um, "Income Tax: Shattering the Myths." And according to Dave Champion, um, he says that Larkin Rose made some bad legal arguments in his case, and that he offered to help Larkin Rose, and Larkin um, refused to help and ended up being convicted. And according to Dave Champion, he thinks that if Larkin Rose had made better arguments, they wouldn't have been able to convict him. But that's besides the point. When Larkin got out of prison, he went to prison for like 2 years or something, or 3 years. And when he got out, that's when he went like hardcore anarchist.
Hmm.
Um, Now, he wasn't really so much involved in the electoral politics end of things before that. He was basically involved in what's known as the tax honesty or tax protester movement
Yeah.
before that. And basically, and I agree. Now, I don't necessarily I don't. If Dave Champion is correct, which I think he is, he says Larkin made some technical legal arguments that were not correct, but he was overall more correct than he was wrong. And it's basically that the government lies about the actual application of the income tax, and that the income tax actually doesn't actually apply to most American citizens. Now, I could get off on a long discussion about that. I'll save that for another day. But anyway, that's yeah. So back to why libertarians should engage in electoral politics, or
Hmm.
my reasoning. Number one, get the message out. It's a good way to get I got the message because of Harry Brown. Would I have known who Harry Brown was if he wasn't running for president? Probably not. I'd never heard of Harry Brown before he ran for president. So I think most people who get involved in the Libertarian Party or Libertarian movement, most people get in because of a campaign. They heard a candidate. A lot of people got in because of Ron Paul. Some people got into Ron Paul because of his 1988 Libertarian presidential run. Most people got in because of his Republican runs. But if Ron Paul hadn't run for office, chances are you probably never would have heard of it, you know? And so I think it's a good way to get the message out and build the party and movement or build a movement and inspire people. The number two reason for libertarians to engage in electoral politics is what I would call damage control. And by damage control, I mean every once in a while we do get a victory in politics. Every once in a while we are able to stop a bad bill from passing. Mm-hmm. Every once in a while we're able to get something good passed. Every once in a while a libertarian may get into an office like Art Olivier did when he was mayor of Bellflower, and might actually be in a position to implement some sort of libertarian policy, which he did. So the victories aren't much, and some of our victories come from lobbying, or putting pressure on the major parties,
we're seeing that happen with defend the guard legislation in some states.
Yeah, exactly. So that's engaging the electoral politics, and it's better than nothing. So it's getting the marijuana legalization initiatives on the ballot. That was engaging in electoral politics, or getting a ballot initiative or something, a referendum or recall that is a pro-liberty type issue on the ballot. Even if it doesn't pass, it can at least get people talking about it, get people thinking about an issue. But sometimes it passed. Like there was that famous property tax thing in California. What was it? Prop 13, about the property tax limitation, and in Colorado, they had one that was called TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And it's something that, kind of, something that saved the taxpayers money in Colorado. So that was through engaging in electoral politics. So I don't agree with Larkin Rose. In fact, if I ever get a chance to talk to Larkin Rose again, I'm going to ask him a hypothetical. I'm going to say, okay, let's say, Larkin, you're in prison. You've just been put in prison for some kind of, not paying taxes or whatever, some type of victimless crime or, trumped up charges. Okay. And I'm running for governor in the state, and I have a chance to get elected. And if I get elected, I'm going to pardon people who are in for victimless crimes or trumped up charges, and I could pardon you if I get elected governor. Okay, are you going to advocate that people don't vote for me? You know what I mean? Like he's sitting there in prison and he's an anarchist, so I guess he doesn't think anybody should vote for me. I'm running for governor. Maybe I'm polling high enough that I could actually win the governor's race, and maybe it's some hypothetical where I'm in a low population state, and maybe I've become really rich from cryptocurrency, and I've gotten a really big following, and all I need is libertarians to come to the polling place and vote for me, and I can win. And if I win, I'm going to pardon him, and he could get out of prison. You know what I mean? I think that would be idiotic. You know what I mean? To advocate that people. So now I don't think the only thing you do should be to engage in electoral politics. And I've long said that I think libertarians should promote things like jury nullification and alternative currencies like cryptocurrency or gold and silver, and gun ownership and 3D printed guns and homeschooling. Those are all things that you can do outside of electoral politics to kind of shift the direction of society in a more pro-liberty direction. But electoral politics is a good platform to promote those things. And I think libertarians should talk about that type of stuff more often. Yeah. I wish more libertarians would talk about jury nullification. I don't hear enough about it. And I've kind of been urging like the National Party to talk more about jury nullification and stuff. And unfortunately, my urging has largely fallen on deaf ears because not many people are doing it. But anyway, I just think that I don't think electoral politics is like the be all and end all of everything, but
Mhm.
it's something that can help if done properly. Now,
Yeah.
if you do, in my opinion, examples of doing electoral politics badly were the 2008, 2012, and 2016 Libertarian Party presidential campaigns with, Bob Barr and Gary Johnson and
Mhm.
Bill Weld and those. In my opinion, those campaigns were actually counterproductive. Now, some people, especially with the Gary Johnson campaigns, because Johnson got the record for votes in 2016, he got over 3 million votes or whatever it was. But he ran on such a weak, unprincipled platform and messaging that um, and just kind of made the party look bad, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And also, what a lot of people don't understand, he ran under very favorable market conditions. You have to look at the market conditions of every election. Like every election has different market conditions. One thing is, what is the polling data between the Democrat and Republican? Another thing is how many other minor party and independent candidates are on the ballot that you're up against for the third party and independent vote, and how many ballots are they on? Johnson ran against a very weak field. Actually, so did Joe Jorgensen, for that matter. As far as other minor parties and independents, and then there's other factors involved. Like when Harry Brown ran, he had to run against Ross Perot and Ralph Nader in 1996,
Mhm.
and he had to run against Ralph Nader and Pat Buchanan in 2000. Those were much higher profile candidates with
Yeah.
a lot more money behind their campaigns. So he kind of got lost in the shuffle. You know what I mean? Like when Gary Johnson ran, there was nobody in the race that was on the ballot in 50 states plus DC. Nobody else had that much ballot access. I guess the first time Johnson ran, he missed the ballot in 2 states, but he was still on the ballot in more states than anybody else. And then the second time he ran, he was the only candidate that was on in all 50 states plus DC. And at the time, a lot of people, there were a lot of negatives around Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And at the time, a lot of the Republicans, now the Republicans galvanized behind Trump more later, like during his second run. But during his first run, there were a lot of Republicans that were not supporting Trump and didn't vote for him in the general election. So Gary Johnson just basically got lucky that he was like in the right place at the right time. And all these favorable market conditions were in his position. Like if there had been, let's say, a Ross Perot or a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or a Ralph Nader in the race when Gary Johnson was running, his vote totals would have gone way down,
Yeah.
you know? So anyway, you got to look at the market conditions when you're analyzing this. But in my opinion, I think to be a Libertarian Party candidate, you should be at least a pretty hardcore libertarian.
Mhm.
Um, like I'm not saying you got to run out and run on an anarchist platform like, hey, I'm the Libertarian Party candidate for president, and I'm going to shut the whole federal government down, like Adam Kokesh or Daryl W. Perry when he tried to get the nomination. Um, I don't think you necessarily have to run that hardcore, but you should at least be a fairly strong. Like I mean, what's your opinion on Gary Johnson? And were you familiar with Bob Barr
I
as a libertarian?
I remember Bob Barr. I followed his congressional career. I liked him, but I ultimately went for Chuck Baldwin because
I think
I
Baldwin was actually better.
yeah, I followed I read Baldwin's column. Dr. Paul endorsed him, which pretty much clinched it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I also and I've heard stories that Barr tried to put Paul on the spot about endorsing someone, and Dr. Paul ultimately endorsed Chuck Baldwin.
Yeah, which is I can't say as I blame him. See, Ron Paul knew that he had supporters in the Libertarian Party and in the Constitution Party,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't want to play favorite. He wanted to, and he didn't want to alienate. I don't think Ron Paul ever really liked or trusted Bob Barr or thought he was for real.
Hmm.
And I think after Barr got the nomination, he didn't want to. He knew that he had a lot of supporters in the Libertarian Party, so he didn't
Yeah.
he didn't want to come out and say it. He was trying to be diplomatic. And Ron Paul, he's a nice guy, he's a gentlemanly guy, and he was trying to be diplomatic. So what he did was he had a kind of a debate or forum where he invited the Green Party candidate, Cynthia McKinney, who was the former Democrat congresswoman, who later says she's a libertarian now. She's not really politically active now, but she years later it said she's a libertarian. But at the time she was in the Green Party. She got the Green Party nomination. And then there was Chuck Baldwin, the Constitution Party. And then there was Ralph Nader was running as an independent. And there was Bob Barr, Libertarian Party. He invited the four of them to come to a press conference. And he was going to give them all a forum to speak and everything. And Bob Barr said he was going to go. And then at the last minute, he backed out. And he said something to the effect of, I don't want to share a stage with people like Cynthia McKinney, which was a pretty crappy thing to say. It just came off as really rotten. It came off as arrogant. So then it was after that
I remember
he endorsed Baldwin.
Yeah. I remember in the aughts, she wasn't very popular with right of center people. The one nickname I've heard one of the nicknames that I remember her having was Jihad Cindy because of her opposition to the Iraq War.
Oh yeah. Well, I think some of the people who didn't like her, they didn't like her for reasons that I don't think were good reasons. Anyway, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but I guess somehow Adam Kokesh had started talking to her, and then she said she's a libertarian. She went to Anarchapulco in 2018, and she spoke at Anarchapulco, and then she actually spoke at the Libertarian National Convention in 2018. Now, it wasn't on the main stage; it was in like one of the breakout rooms, and I was going to go to it, and unfortunately, I missed it, so I didn't see her there. I did talk to her at Anarchapulco, and there was talk that she was going to run for like the vice presidential nomination for the Libertarian Party in 2020, but it never happened. And I haven't really heard anything about her in a while. But regardless of that, regardless of any of her merits or demerits or whatever, she was the Green Party candidate in 2008, and she went to the Ron Paul thing. Chuck Baldwin went. I don't remember if Ralph Nader went or not. Maybe he did. Either Nader went. I'd have to look that up. Either he went or he didn't go.
I believe he did. He did go.
I think he did. But Bob Barr said he was going to go and then didn't go. And when Bob Barr said he was going to go and then didn't go, that kind of ticked Ron Paul off. And I don't blame him, because and just the way Bob Barr acted, it was kind of arrogant, and he gave that nasty comment that like, I don't want to be on a stage with somebody like Cynthia or share a stage with somebody like Cynthia McKinney. It just sounded really arrogant, And so that's what led to Ron Paul endorsing Chuck Baldwin. Now, the thing about it, this endorsement happened kind of late in the race. And at the point, it was like, it was either too late to get on the ballot in some states, or maybe it was too late to get on the ballot in all of the states. So I think Baldwin was on the ballot in like 38 states or something like that.
Yeah.
And had he gotten endorsed by Ron Paul earlier, it probably would have helped him get on a lot more state ballots. It would have given him more name recognition and probably helped his fundraising and stuff. So, but yeah, I think Baldwin was more libertarian. And Baldwin actually doesn't even claim to be a libertarian. He's a constitutionalist and like a paleo conservative.
Yeah.
And but I think he was actually more libertarian than Bob Barr. And then now the next Constitution Party candidate was Virgil Goode, and I don't think he was a very good candidate at all. I think he was a phony. And
at debates, whenever drug policy would come up, his foot would just go right into his mouth. Like, there was Dr. Stein and there was Gary Johnson saying that they were for legalization, and then you had Virgil Goode just getting all I Claudius, stuttering, hemming and hawing. Oh, but at the state level, maybe prohibition would be a good thing, and the audience just booed him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, there was other problems with Good too, and he had actually been a Democrat at one time, and then he switched to
yeah,
Republican, and he had a record of like supporting a bunch of pork barrel spending and
yeah.
stuff like that.
Most baby boom era Republicans from the South were Democrats in their younger days. So
Yeah, yeah. So I don't I think he actually used the Constitution Party, much like Bob Barr used the Libertarian Party, and I would even say Gary Johnson, that he kind of just used them. I don't think he really cared about the Constitution Party. I think he just wanted to run for president,
mhm.
and he knew he stood no chance of getting the Republican nomination, and he knew that he um getting on the ballot as an independent was too difficult. So I think he just kind of used them. But anyway, their next candidate was Darrell Castle, and
Yeah.
I actually voted for Darrell Castle instead of voting for Gary Johnson because
Yeah, I supported him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to even qualify as a write-in candidate.
okay.
And you know what really honked me off? Uh, Evan McMullen shows up out of nowhere,
I
gets
know the story
certified
on that too.
gets certified as a write-in 2 weeks after he declares.
Mm-hmm.
Darrell Castle's been busting his hump off,
Mm-hmm.
campaigning all over the country, and he isn't able to get a write-in.
Yeah, that was a real screw up, and like I said, it shows you how the Constitution Party's been going downhill. I was aware of the I remember when they were the U.S. Taxpayers Party.
I do
That's
too.
when they started, and then I think it was in 1998 they switched their name to the Constitution Party. And there's a lot of things I like about now. The Constitution Party has some people in it who are more conservative, um, even than my standards. And I'm
Yeah,
kind of a right libertarian or right wing libertarian. Um, but they
yeah,
also have a libertarian element. There are people I've interacted with people in the Constitution Party over the years, and I know people who were in or even are in right now in the Constitution Party who are basically libertarians. They're basically
yeah.
small government, and they're pro life. They're pro life
Mhm.
libertarians who like and they really could be in the Libertarian Party.
I
Um,
think that's what I think that's what J.R. Myers is trying to do.
yeah, I know
Yeah,
him. I know him. You know about the he tried to start a new party called the
the life
Life
and
and Liberty. Yes.
yeah, and
Yes.
then he turned it into a caucus. They showed up at
Yes.
Reno.
I don't think the caucus has really gone anywhere, but
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I know
Then
him.
yeah.
Yeah,
What
he was actually
yeah.
in the Libertarian Party like back in the 80s
Hmm,
and the early 90s. And
yeah.
he quit and he got active in the Constitution Party. He was in the Constitution Party for quite a while. And then he ended up leaving the Constitution Party. He tried to do this Life and Liberty Party thing. He got on the ballot in one state, and that was Arkansas for president.
Hmm,
And he tried to get on in maybe two or three other states and
yeah.
didn't make it. But anyway, then he realized the Life and Liberty Party wasn't going to go anywhere, so they joined the Libertarian Party, and then
Yeah.
they tried forming a caucus. But anyway, um, yeah, I even thought about joining the Constitution Party
Yeah.
a long time ago because like this is going back to the early 2000s, and I was living in California and I could see what a problem this immigration issue was causing. And in
Yeah.
fact, I remember there was an office that I worked out of in the San Fernando Valley, and sometimes there was about a block away from this office there was a print shop that we would go in and we would make photocopies sometimes,
Hmm.
and the print shop was right next to a welfare office. And so when I
Hmm.
would go to this print shop, I would always pass by this welfare office, and there was always a line of people coming out the office, and they were all foreign. They
Hmm.
were all foreign, and they were speaking other languages. And I don't know if they were American citizens or not. Probably a lot of them were not. But I just remember going by this, and I was just, God, this immigration thing is just really. And you had these libertarians that think the open borders and this is like some great libertarian position. And I even thought about quitting the party over it and joining the Constitution Party,
Yeah.
and I didn't do it. And actually, one of the things I didn't do it was when I started reading. I was reading LouRockwell.com
Yeah.
and Murray Rothbard and Hans Hermann Hoppe, and I realized, like, reading their stuff, that hey, this libertarian open border stuff is full of crap. Like,
Yeah.
this is not really consistent with property rights. This is really not a legitimate libertarian position. And these people promoting this, I don't know. Some of them may have bad motives, or just they're misrepresenting the philosophy. They're really misrepresent. So, that was one reason I just. There were other reasons I decided not to quit. Also, I I didn't think that the Libertarian Party was bigger. It seemed to me that, like, the Constitution Party wasn't really going anywhere, and they've had a lot of internal I mean, the Libertarian Party has internal dysfunction, as I'm sure you're aware of.
Yeah.
We're really suffering from some of that internal dysfunction right now.
Yeah. I mean,
But the Constitution
yeah.
Party has had just as bad, if not worse, internal
Oh, I mean,
dysfunction.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but last year they disaffiliated their California organization because Don Grundman wasn't turning over financial statements and bylaws, and he was treating it like his personal fiefdom.
Okay. Well, yeah, and so that faction that Don Grundman was in, they didn't even have ballot access, because their ballot access got high. When they were the American Independent Party,
Yeah.
the American Independent Party got hijacked by neocons, and they put Alan Keyes on the ballot instead of Chuck Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
And Keyes was good on some issues, but he was bad. He supported the war in Iraq,
Yeah.
and he supported, like, a military interventionist foreign policy. He
Yeah.
also supported the United Nations,
Yeah.
and
And
he supported the Patriot Act.
yeah,
He was good on other stuff.
yeah, national service too.
Yeah, yeah. So he was a very good speaker, and he was good on some issues, but he definitely had some bad parts. And the Constitution Party actually took a principled stand when they didn't nominate.
Mm-hmm.
He lost the nomination to Chuck Baldwin, whereas the Libertarian Party took an unprincipled stand by nominating Bob Barr and Wayne Allen Root. But anyway, yeah. So I've been aware of the Constitution Party for a long time. If the Libertarian Party didn't exist, then I would have been more likely to have joined the Constitution Party.
Yeah.
Philosophically, I agree with the Libertarian Party probably more than the Constitution Party. Although, one thing I do like about the Constitution Party, though, is that they understand that open borders and unlimited, unrestricted immigration is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we have some libertarians who, not all, but some, and kind of a vocal, I would say, kind of a very vocal minority,
Yeah.
actually. And then on abortion, you know, um,
Yeah.
I don't really consider that to be a legitimate libertarian position either. Pro-abortion is a de facto libertarian position.
When I was at Reno and we voted to remove the plank, I could hear from the back of the room some old ladies screaming, "Yes,
What was she screaming?
you're voting for more government."
Well, okay, I understand people have differing views on the issue, but here's the thing. If you think that abortion is murder, that life begins at conception, and which I think is probably the correct answer, that life does begin at conception, that's what the science seems to indicate.
Yeah.
That's what the common sense seems to indicate, that you could argue abortion is murder. Okay, so that it's murder. Okay, if it's murder, the government has a monopoly on criminal justice. Now, if, like, a baby was sitting in a stroller or crib and somebody went up with a knife and they just stabbed the baby, okay, everybody would call that person a murderer, and the person would go to prison. They'd say you're a psychopath, okay? But if the baby is in the mother's womb as a fetus, there are people out there that would consider that same action of stabbing the baby or whatever, you know, to not be murder. just because of the point of the, instead of the baby being in the crib or the stroller, the baby is still in the mother's womb.
Mm-hmm.
So if abortion is murder, I mean, the libertarian philosophy is about the property rights of the non-aggression principle. So
Mm-hmm.
the question is abortion an act of aggression? That's the question. Is abortion, can you a person perform an abortion without violating the non-aggression principle? I mean, what is your answer to that?
No.
Okay, well, that's yeah, I would say that's probably the correct answer. And so, if abortion is murder, then is it justified? I mean, like if you were in a room and you saw a man, somebody coming at a baby with a knife and about to stab the baby with the knife, would you be morally justified to go over and stop it, try to grab the knife away from the guy, maybe punch him, or maybe hit him over the head with something, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
pull out a gun and shoot him? Would that be morally justifiable? Okay, I would say that it would be. Okay, so if that function has been delegated or is monopolized by the government, um, then is it really unreasonable to say that the government should enforce murder? It's basically the government already enforces laws against murder.
Yeah.
It's just, should that law be applied to a fetus in the womb? That's the question. And some people say, oh, well, it's none of my business if I'm getting an abortion. Okay, well, what about slavery? At one time, it was permissible to have slaves. And at one time, you know, they did have white slaves in America at one time, were like indentured servants, and then they had to
Mm-hmm.
let them go after 7 years. And then, when black slaves were brought in, they originally had to let them go after 7 years. But then that changed, and they said, okay, if you're black, you could be a slave permanently. Okay. And there was
Mm-hmm.
slave, and they justified slavery by saying, well, it's okay to enslave somebody because they're black. That was basically their justification. Well, the person's not white, so we can, okay. So at one time, people thought it was, white people thought it was okay to enslave other white people. I mean, I guess some white people still do. I mean, you could argue that taxation is slavery, I guess, but um, most people would tell you that, I mean, even back then, that it wasn't good to own slaves if they were of your same race or ethnic group, but it was okay to own slaves if they were of a different race or ethnic group. Okay. But would that argument fly today? If you had slaves chained up in your house and you say, well, it's my business if I have a slave, the government shouldn't be involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because there's a victim, you know. So the same thing you could say with them. So I thought it was good when the abortion plank got eliminated, because the previous plank tried to kind of play both sides of the issue. And
Yeah.
abortion's one of those divisive issues in the libertarian community.
The thing that I didn't care much for, as somebody who is pro-life and had been involved in pro-life activism, is you had people on both sides of the controversy, um, pro-choice libertarians and pro-life conservative Republicans, deliberately misunderstanding it and reading it to mean that it is a pro-abortion plank
Mm-hmm.
when it wasn't.
Yeah, it kind of tried to play both sides of the issue,
Yeah.
and it was kind of a wishy-washy plank. I voted to get rid of it, and this is one of those issues where we're probably just not going to get people to agree, and
Mm-hmm.
it might be something that's just going to have to be decided at the local level, and it will be up to the local jurisdictions as to whether or not they're going to have abortion, and some places may have it, others
Yeah.
may not. um and this gets into the jury nullification issue, actually. And will juries prosecute people for murder if everybody, if everybody knew about jury nullification? Would they be able to get a jury together that would prosecute people for abortion? Probably not, in all honesty. I think there would be jurors who would vote not guilty, and it would be very difficult to convict anybody. But here's a flip side. And here's something that somebody brought up to me back in the mid 2000s. And it's something that I hadn't thought of before. And that was that the government protects abortion. So like if let's just say the government didn't exist, because being an abortion doctor could become a very dangerous occupation. Why? Because there could be anti-abortion vigilantes that would go after abortion doctors, like kill them, shoot them, assassinate them. Like abortion, like if there were no government police protecting abortion doctors, um, there there could be people that would want to, shoot them or hang them. They'd get lynched or something. There are people who bomb abortion clinics and stuff like that. And so, probably what would happen in the absence of state protection is the people who work in that industry would have to hire private security guards. And they'd probably have to spend a lot of money on private security. Like they'd have to have bodyguards and stuff like that. So let's say that we had a society where everybody knew about jury nullification. And let's say somebody who's a hardcore anti-abortion person kills an abortion doctor, and then they're arresting that person and then putting them up on charges. And they say, yeah, I did it. I pulled out a gun and I shot that abortion doctor, or I stabbed him, or whatever. Yeah, I did it. I'm guilty. And the reason I did it was to save kids because he was murdering babies. And that's why I did it. And I'm asking the jury to vote not guilty because this is a person who's a very evil person. Would there be jurors who would vote to not convict that person? Would there be pro-life jurors? I think there would be. Well, I mean, what's your opinion?
I believe I believe that most of the pro-life people I've encountered would vote to acquit, but I also know people who are consistent life thinkers who would say he is in the wrong because he did kill the abortionist.
Okay, let's say he didn't kill him. Let's say he beat him up. The guy's still alive, but maybe broke his leg, broke his jaw, or broke his, whatever. Just maybe beat him up, put him in a wheelchair or something, or put him in the hospital.
Same answer.
Well, here's the thing. It only takes 1 out of 12 jurors to hang a jury.
Yeah.
So you just have to get one person, and you figure how many different millions of people are in this country, how many different. I'm saying if we had a society where everybody knew about jury nullification and where jurors were randomly selected. It was no, I mean, maybe the only reason you disqualify a juror would be if they had a conflict of interest in the case, like they were a relative or a friend or a business associate of a person's on trial. But other than that, you don't keep anybody off a jury. It's just totally random. So I think that they would have a hard time convicting abortionists, but they would also have a hard time convicting anti-abortion vigilantes if we had a society like that. So I think that it could be a thing where, there's going to still be abortions taking place, but there's also going to be, pro-life vigilantes taking out abortionists and committing acts of violence. I'm saying if they're not being protected by the police, and they would have to have like security guards. And I'm talking even having like security guards at their house, security guards with them when they go out shopping, because you never know when something it could turn into a dangerous occupation, basically. And so there's no easy answer to it. I think that one reason people are women get abortions is economic. That's that people want to live a decent lifestyle, and because of the taxes and the Federal Reserve System devaluing the currency, and government destroying a lot of jobs and stuff like that, that's not the only motivation for abortion, but it's one of the motivations. Also, the government using taxpayer funds to promote the radical feminist movement. The radical feminist movement was created by Marxists in order to destroy families, because people from broken families are more likely to run to the government for help. That was one of the things that kind of was a wake up call to me when I found that out. that abortion was pushed by, radical Marxists,
Yeah.
in order, because it helps. If you don't have people who don't have strong family units are more likely to run to the government for help.
Mhm.
The government to save them. And so, there's also the possible that medical science um, could make abortion obsolete at some point, where like they could extract the fetus from, and
Yeah.
there are, I mean, that's already happening to a certain extent, where like labor is induced early. But I'm saying that maybe at some point technology will come that a woman gets pregnant, and very early in the pregnancy there may become some way that you can remove the fetus
Yeah.
without killing it. So, but anyway, yeah, you have these libertarians that they're kind of shrieking. I mean, this is one of these issues that's so divisive. That was one of the ever since the party formed. That was one of the issues in the party that has been really hotly contested is abortion. It's one
Mhm.
of those. So you know, I think that now to you, what do you think is a bigger issue, or do you think one is bigger than the other between abortion and immigration?
Wow. I mean, they're both important issues. You know, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I always thought abortion was basically just a horrific a horrific inherently evil institution. I mean, but yeah, and then there's illegal immigration. That's like a horse of a different color.
Yeah, well, here's kind of my thinking on. Well, I think even legal immigration could be bad if it's the wrong kind of legal immigration.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think that and a more ideal immigration policy would be number one, you can't come in and ride the taxpayers. Like if you can't come here and support yourself, then you shouldn't really be coming here at all. Number two, the immigrants coming here should be ideally people who really believe in liberty. Like if you really don't believe in liberty, like you should be a libertarian or constitutionalist type person if you're
Hmm.
going to come here. If you hold socialist or other totalitarian ideologies, then you really shouldn't be coming here at all, or certainly shouldn't be granted citizenship. So I think that the citizenship test should be made more difficult. You should have to have a thorough understanding of the Declaration of Independence and the
Yeah.
Constitution and the free market economics. I think I would actually, if I could appoint somebody to be head of like teaching new American citizens, the person I would appoint right now would be Tom Woods.
Oh yeah.
That would be a freaking great job. I would have said Michael Van Dorick if he was still alive, would have been good for that too. But Tom Woods, if I was the president, I would appoint Tom Woods as the head of the naturalization department. And I want them, all the would be citizens, to go through his Liberty classroom
Hmm.
and something like that. And then I also think there should be a special class on the Second Amendment where they study the history of gun rights and why it's important and crime statistics, and then
Hmm.
they should actually go to a shooting range and they should have to shoot guns at a shooting range as part of the citizenship test.
Hmm.
Because I don't like this thing where you're making people citizens who don't believe in the right to keep and bear arms.
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't be if you don't believe in the right to keep and bear arms, then you shouldn't be an American citizen. Okay, and then I would also say something like no foreign lobbyists. I really even wonder if there should be dual citizenship. I mean, I think there should be a case for eliminating that. I know there could be some benefits to having dual citizenship, but I'm just saying, um, but the reason there's benefits to having dual citizenship is because of the messed up things that are going on in this country.
Hmm.
So I just question whether that should even be a thing. And then I think as far as the immigrants who are accepted, I do think that the culture of the immigrants is important. They should be people who are going to fit, basically people that most Americans would actually want as American citizens.
Mhm.
You know, not people that most people really don't want as American citizens.
Yeah.
And it sounds mean, like, oh, you're excluding people, but like I said, that's just a fact of life. You're going to get, just like I said about the example I gave about a college. I was debating somebody who's very well known in the Libertarian Party. I'm not going to say who it was, but it was somebody that was very well known, somebody who's held past positions of prominence in the party, and they're still involved in the party right now. I was debating them on a Facebook group recently, and I brought up the thing about the college. I said, well, if you think there should be, just let anybody in, um, as far as an immigrant, there should be no standards. Do you think that same thing about a college? Do you think that a college or university should have no standards and just allow anyone in, and you could never kick anyone out for bad behavior or getting bad grades or skipping class? And the person wouldn't answer.
Mm.
Just like if I ask people, well, do you think that American Indian reservations should have open borders? I mean, you can't just walk on an Indian reservation and maybe they won't see you there, but I mean, if they see you there, they're going to wonder what the hell you're doing there. And they do have tribal governments and they have tribal police, and they can throw you out. There's Indian reservations where, to go on and like see some of the stuff that's on it, you actually have to go to them and get like permission from the tribe to come on. And I watched a video about some guy who wanted to see some kind of historic stuff that was on some Indian reservation. I think it was in Arizona. And
Mhm.
he had to like go to the tribe, apply for permission. And they said they usually don't even let people in who are outsiders. So, like, what would happen if a bunch of people just started waltzing onto American Indian reservations and popping up tents or just putting houses down, and the American Indian says, hey, you're not part of our tribe, we don't want you here. I think most people would have sided with it. Like I said, these open borders people, they won't answer me when I ask them
Yeah.
questions like that. They dodge, they don't want to, because they know that if they say, well, yeah, I think American Indians should have open
Yeah.
borders, well, then they know that's going to basically destroy their tribe, and
Yeah.
that the American Indians don't want it.
Yeah. Have you even put that question to Jack Debate Me Bro Lloyd?
I don't know if I have or not. I mean, I've interacted with him on Facebook. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
I've had friendly debate. I mean, I mostly agree with him. I mostly agree with
Yeah.
his post. I should pin him down a little more. I'm going to do that. I have brought that up, and I have asked him if he thinks that Israel should have open borders. I'm not sure
Ooh.
what his reply was on that, but I should really pin him, because like what he does like the sidestep, and he's like, well, I think we should have, and I'm not giving an exact quote on him, but he's basically like, we should have a voluntarist, anarcho-capitalist society,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what the answer would be. Okay, so then I'll say, well, then what do you think should happen in the interim? Like, we don't have the anarchist society right now,
Mm-hmm.
so what is your, and then I don't know, he's kind of dodged me on that, so I don't know. I'll try to pin him down on that at some point.
Mm.
So because like I said, we don't have this libertarian society, doesn't exist. Like, we have a government, we have to operate in the world as it exists today
Yeah.
before we can change anything. So it's like, um, under the present system, we're not going to have a libertarian immigration policy.
Right.
The opening the border, what Joe Biden's doing right now, is not a libertarian. Now, there are some libertarians that think Joe Biden's not letting enough people in, that they should actually have more people coming in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, that's, yeah. So in other words, you got to have like an interim. Like, okay, here's another, for instance, marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Start off with they got medical marijuana first.
Yeah.
Okay, they got medical marijuana, and then they got like reduced penalties on marijuana possession, and then they got legalized marijuana, but it's being taxed and regulated. Now you could say some places maybe those taxes are too high or maybe the regulations are too stringent. But guess what? All these libertarians, especially the ones that they freak out if you don't go along with them on the open borders, they all supported the marijuana legalization. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, they all supported the like medical marijuana. Like, okay, if you have the total libertarian society, then there's not going to be any law for it, and you could just, grow marijuana in your yard or something. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And there's not going to be any taxes on it, and uh, stuff like that. So, in other words, they're they're okay with incrementalism on some issues, but not others. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's very hypocritical. Like I think
Mm-hmm.
well, the government is regulating immigration. Okay, the government exists. Immigration is a government program, and
Mm-hmm.
it's going to remain a government program until we abolish government. And I don't see that happening. I mean, do you think we're going to actually abolish the U.S. government, and we're going to live in the anarchist, and even if it does go to the anarchist society, then it's just going to be left to property owners,
Mm-hmm.
and property owners could put up private fences and private walls, and they could discriminate against people for any reason. you know
Mm-hmm.
you could set up a neighborhood somewhere and say, I'm only allowing redheads into this neighborhood, and if you don't have red hair, and we're going to check to make sure you're not dyeing your hair red. And a property owner could do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, I think these people are in fantasy land. They're
Yeah.
not being realistic. I'm going to try. So what has your been have you your experience debating these people?
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't wasted my time getting into it with them. I'm
Mhm.
not gonna. I don't think I'll be changing their minds, and once most of them once they do lose the argument, most of them either shut down or they just go straight to personal insults and
Yeah,
ad
they name
hominem.
they either run away or they name call. Now there are a few people who have changed their position, and the most notable one I can think of is Jeffrey Tucker.
Oh yeah,
I was
yeah,
pretty shocked by that when Jeffrey Tucker changed his position.
yeah,
So I actually give him that actually increased my level of respect for him.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. Same
and
here.
so yeah, yeah. So, but a lot of these people, I don't know. I think we just have some people. Did you ever listen to There's a Hans Hermann Hoppe speech, and people really demonize he gets like
Hmm.
this, like
It
just gets
seems
viciously attacked,
it
and
seems to me
I
that
think it's unwarranted in my opinion.
it seems to me that most of the people who argue about him are either people who dislike him, but they've never read a word of what he wrote,
Yeah, or
or the
they've read like maybe one or two sentences or something and
or
taken
or
something
or
out of context.
or you have this or you have these socially inept, you know, terminally online type guys who've never read him. They just like him because he gets these other people really riled up.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true too. Or they just like the helicopter thing. And
Yeah,
actually, he never even came up with the helicopter thing. It was somebody else that came up, and then it was kind of attributed to him. But
yeah.
I don't believe he ever even said that. Or said anything like that. But when he talks about like the physical removal thing, what he's talking about is like if you have a covenant community, like a private community
Hmm.
where people are, they like a gated community or condominium complex,
Yeah.
and you sign a contract agreeing to X, Y, and Z rules if you move into the gated community or the covenant
Hmm.
community, and then you violate those rules, then you can be kicked out. Just no different than like if you go into a condominium association and you violate a bunch of rules, they can kick you out.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't think there's anything. And then he's talking about says, okay, physically removing communists and Democrats. Well, guess what? If you're around communists and Democrats and there's enough of them around, you're not going to have a libertarian society. It's
No.
like if you have Pork Fest, okay, let's suppose a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters started going to Pork Fest. Okay.
Yeah.
If there's just a few of them there and it's mostly libertarians, so then, probably not much change is going to happen. But let's
Mm-hmm.
say a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters start going, and lefties, those type people.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say they get on the Pork Fest organizing committee and they start booking the speakers for Pork Fest. And then at some point, there's more of those type of people than the libertarians at Pork Fest. Will Pork Fest still be a libertarian event?
Oh no.
Like at some point, it's the libertarian, and that's kind of like what we have in our society right now. We don't have a libertarian society because most people don't subscribe to the libertarian philosophy. Either they're just really against it, or some people are just ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are lazy. They don't study this stuff. A lot of people work for the government. They work for the government, or they're government contractors, or they're on welfare or something like that. And so they have a vested interest in keeping the government going. Now, there are a small handful of people who work a government job who actually are libertarians, but that is a very, 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 very rare exception.
Yeah.
Tiny minorities do not make exceptions do not make a rule. So what I'm saying is, like, if you look at the number of people in our society who work for government at either the local level, the state, the county, the federal level, the state level, and then you look at the number of people who are government contractors, and then you look at the number of people that are on welfare, and then I would include former government employees who are collecting government pensions. That's a huge amount of people. That's a huge, I mean, hell, it could be half the population, maybe more than half the population, and very few of those people are going to support libertarians. Very few. I mean, some of them might support libertarians on maybe one or two causes, like maybe they're for marijuana legalization. But some of the people who support marijuana legalization, the reason they support it is because they want to tax it and they want the tax money.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just think you're not going to have a libertarian society unless a critical mass of the people want it.
Yeah.
You got to have like most of the people that want it. And if most of the people want it, then we would have it right now. The fact of the matter is, most people either don't want it, or maybe they kind of sort of want it, but they're too lazy to fight for it or do anything for it,
Mm-hmm.
or they don't even know about it. They're just ignorant, and they're being miseducated in the government schools and misinformed by the mainstream media, which is in bed with the state and is kind of like a de facto arm of the state. And so anyway, kind of going off on a tangent here, gone off on a lot of tangents.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Actually, it's about 2:15
yeah, it's
right
getting kind
now.
of late
So
here.
before
Yeah.
I let you go, where can we follow you and find your stuff?
Well, my YouTube channel is Libertarian Revolution,
Mm-hmm.
and so just go there. Sometimes it comes up high in the search. Sometimes you got to scroll down
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
I've got like 13,500 views, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a whole lot, but I want to get more active with the channel actually,
Yeah.
and I haven't. It's been a few months since I put up any videos, but yeah, just go on YouTube and enter Libertarian Revolution, and I've done some interviews with Larry Sharp. I've got 2 videos with him. I've interviewed Tim Moen from the Libertarian Party of Canada. And I've interviewed Jeff Berwick, the Dollar Vigilante. I've interviewed Bitcoin Jesus, Roger Ver, who he's become a Bitcoin billionaire. Now, I think at the time I interviewed him, he was probably worth a few hundred million, but now he's like a billionaire. And so those are, and I interviewed Michael Heiss, who started the Mises Caucus, and I actually interviewed him not too long after he started, within a few months of I did one of his early interviews. And so if you're having trouble finding my channel, enter Libertarian Revolution and then put like Roger Ver or Jeff Berwick or Michael Heiss or Tim Moen or Larry Sharp, and next to Libertarian Revolution, and then it will be more likely to come up high in the search. Sometimes if I get more active with the channel, I'll probably like I said, I haven't put up any videos in a few months. I like to get back on. So,
Yeah,
we've kind of rambled on for a long time here. kind of gone in and out of a lot of different topics. Hopefully there's some interesting stuff we talked about. Maybe we should have condensed this, or maybe you might want to break it up into more than one video. I don't know. But, I guess we've touched on some interesting stuff here.
Oh yeah, we covered a whole gamut of issues. It was a great
Probably
conversation.
too much.
Yeah.
Probably too much.
Yeah, certainly a lot longer than previous episodes of CONVO.
Yeah.
We
went off on a lot of tangents.
Yeah, I've interviewed Teresa Gossert, interviewed Ben Weir twice before he became a star.
Mm-hmm.
So
I didn't know he was a star. I mean, I've seen him on Facebook, but I didn't know that he was a star.
He's been pretty successful with his podcast, Shut the Punk Up.
Okay, I've not familiar with the podcast, but I've seen him online.
Yeah. All right, well, Andrew, it was a delight talking to you, and
and I also get called Andy a lot too. So
yeah, all right, Andy, yeah,
or whatever.
I mean, half the time people call me Charlie.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, and like I said, if you ever want to do it again, we could do it. There was other topics that we could have talked about and never even got into. So,
I mean, who knows? We might end up doing it again sometime.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Well, over and out, and hopefully I made any point that I wanted to make. So, kind of made too many points, if anything. All right. Well, take care.
All right. Good night.
Yep.